sun is shining 24/7. 'Cause when we're together, it feels like we're in heaven. If it will get dark, you'll be my million stars. I know I can lean on you. Ooh, you catch me like a leaf falling from a tree. If I'll be a shooting star, you make a wish. No, I don't fake this kind of feeling, never felt so real. My heart is on the table 'cause you're my everything. I do, I wanna marry you. 'Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good. When I wake up in the morning and I see your face, I'm becoming blind by your dazzling grace. What a beautiful feeling to be close to you. There's nothing else I wanna do. Ooh, and from the fields of flowers you chose to pick me. You're spreading sugar on my misery, and I don't fake this kind of feeling, never felt so real. My heart is on the table 'cause you're my everything. I do, I wanna marry you. 'Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you.
안녕하세요. 이거 근데 왜 안 되는 거지?
Just like you do. Feel so good, so good. And I do, I wanna marry you. 'Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feel so good, so good.
맹수보리 아리님 어서오세요.
맹수보리아리님 추천 감사합니다.
아유. 엠지님, 요거 해결법 좀 아시나요 혹시? 이거 어떻게 고치죠? 뭐라고 치면 그렇게 나와야 정상이잖아요. 제 키보드가 이렇게 쳐져요. 네이버에 검색이 안 돼요. 근데 채팅이 이렇게 쳐져가지고 미치겠네 이거. 아 그거 해서 뭐 아는 줄 알았더니 검색하면 나옴 이러고 계시. 핸드폰이 있었구나 나중에. 음성 인식 기능을 활성화하는 단축키가 누릴 수가 있다. 윈도우 키와 안 되는데 여기서 하라는 대로 다 했는데.
taking all the views, stepping
검색했는데 안되네. 근데 이거 껐다 키면 방송 다 껐다 켜야 돼가지고 아닌데 또 잘 되는데 인터넷에서만 안 써지는데? 아니에요. 어차피 유튜브 채팅 칠 일 없어서. 야, 오늘 샌프란시스코 라인업 괜찮네요. 뭐 항상 괜찮았는데 오늘은 특히 더 괜찮네요. 근데 솔직히 재부팅이 짱이긴 합니다. 아이고, 야구할 때까지 뭐하냐. 아, 재부팅하면 되겠죠. 근데 이거 방송 껐다 키기가 귀찮아서 그래요. 투수가 어때서요? 아유, 트리플 A님 바쁘시네. 안녕하세요. 저기 혹시 트리플 A님, 저 인터레스팅이 뭔 뜻인가요? 생긴 게 흥미롭게 생겼다 그 뜻인가요? 아니 근데 생긴 게 흥미롭게 생겼다 그 뜻이에요 저거 지금? 칼클 너무 쳐맞았어요 근데 나한테 흥미가 있다 이건가요 지금? 잘생긴 거 알아가지고 하여튼 보니까 여자신 거 같은데 오 신이시여 제인님 저도 사랑합니다. I love you, 제인. 왜 이렇게 놀라는 거죠? I'm no Chinese. I'm 우즈베키스탄. 아니 저분 어떻게 알았지? 나 한국인인걸? 에이씨. 결국 점프볼 하다가 또 아픈 상처만. 점프볼이 어때서요? 가끔 하면 재밌어요. 점프볼 하지 말아야겠다. 라면이나 하나 삶아 먹고 라면이나 끓여갖고 라면 먹방이나 하겠습니다. 헬로 헬로. 아니 뭐 자꾸 두곤이에요. 이거 구운 감자예요. 그러니까 이거 입이 매냐? Hey, Jane, do you know samurai? 아유 근데 목이 엄청 매네. 뭐 과자에 되새김질하는 것 같아.
I found that photo in the sofa, and it's from way back in '01. So I guess there's much I never told you, like who I am, who I love, where I've been and where I came from. Grew up on 913 of Blue Rock, memories of 6 kids running around those halls. Then out in the California sunshine, we wore no shoes through alley-oops and shattered windows throwing baseballs. Mom packed me a brown bag every day, from 5 years old up to 18. A note that said I love you XO, and all my friends, they're begging me, making bids on Mom's fresh cookies. And I quit playing ball at age 15, traded my new bat for an old guitar. It broke Dad's heart, but he still loved me, and he was there at every show. No more jersey, just tuxedos.
A 장훈이 님 추천 감사합니다.
Too many days in the darkness without a glimpse of the light. Running tired and broken and scared, but I swear I'll never give up the fight. I see you broken and beat, head pulled down over your eyes. Every part of you wants to surrender, but darling, you were meant to survive. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart, spend less time in your head. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart, spend less time in your head. Just like a seed in a garden, you will grow to be tall, staring out over miles of land without it, but wanting to build up walls. Lift me up in your branches, we can watch the sunrise. Just a couple of bruised up souls that believe that it was worth one more try. With every star, we are born again. keeping it cold, unlocking the door with the holy key. You supposed to be this close to me, and hopefully you understand G.O.D. Maybe this cold and I'm talking like no degrees. This ain't a fluke, I seen it way before it ever happened. He gave me the view. I had to put in my time on the TV, ain't coming in soon. I couldn't leave it all up to a variant or an experience. You gotta get up and do what it do. So complicated, homie, it's you. Always gonna wait until you in the mood. I've been running, came out gunning, stopped the fighting on your word. It's what you hear, not what you heard. I'ma hate on every verb. I'ma show you what it's worth. Every day I'm on the earth till they put me in the dirt. I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it first. Until they put me in the dirt. Said I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it. I can't break, that's the thing about me. I won't put these goals on freeze. I can't break, that's the thing about me. I won't put these goals on freeze. You cannot stop me, I mean the spinach and broccoli. Termination like I'm Rocky, lift the heavy, no spot please. Body back a beating and I get away scotch free. And I'ma take control, unbreakable. I sense the face, the shakes is cold, the grace is more. Plus it's really the motivation, so it's thank you so. Put that's on my neck, hard work on my brain. The easy route taking the left, it's on my chest. No time for regrets, faith in the Jimmy like Steph. Shooting is wet like clay, the party ain't maybe this way. I'm taking all of this left to the bank. I'ma deposit and see what it make. Shoot it, so it's reap. I pay the meter, I came in with Peter like Peter on water. I'm stepping in deeper, they know that I'm coming like follow the leader. I'm taking a chance today. Standing inside of the kitchen, I turn on the heater. I'm here to turn on my brothers and sisters and cousins and mothers until my believers get into it first. Said I'ma get into it first. Until they put me in the dirt. Said I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it. I can't break, that's the thing about me. I won't put these goals on freeze. I can't break, that's the thing about me. I won't put these goals on freeze.
Oh, we wildin', we drinking cherry wine, we dancing on an island. We going back the finest. Yo, young Miss Tequila, and call me señorita. Ay, papi, got me dreaming. My legs up on the ceiling. Oh, yeah. I know when he come, he ain't never gonna leave. No. Hit it the night run, and that's the way I wanna be. So don't think I'm the one to won't ever be enough. Mix until I know, bitch, I ain't the one. He don't want love. He just wanna fuck. Ow, little vacation. Drink it till we naked. Talking with our tongues. We just having fun. We just having fun. We just having fun. We just having fun. Give a little piece of mommy, got somebody. Touch up on my rum pum pum, he craving that Bacardi. Got him talking dirty in the daylight. He be trying to weather, baby, no sight. Don't make it a stringy, he's a Wi-Fi. Hit a run light. I know when he come, he ain't never gonna leave. No. Hit it the night run, and that's the way I wanna be. So don't think I'm the one to won't ever be enough. Mix until I know, bitch, I ain't the one. He don't want love. He just wanna fuck. Ow, little vacation. Drink it till we naked. Talking with our tongues. We just having fun. We just having fun. We just having fun. We just having fun.
장비님 안녕하세요.
I know when he come, he ain't never gonna leave. No, he did the night run.
하단창 우클릭 하시고 터치 키보드 단추 누르시고 터치 키보드 단추 누르시고 이거 아직도 안 되는데요. 아니 근데 이거 화상 키보드로 칠 때는 됐나? 됐나? 됐다. 김프로님 감사합니다. 고쳤습니다. 김프로님 혹시 이런 거 여쭤봐도 될지 모르겠는데 요거 방송 채팅 왜 유튜브는 안 나오는지 혹시 그 이유도 아실까요? 샘프 승보단 5번가요? 저 이거 2시 30분까지 할 게 없어가지고요 샌프란시스코 마엔에 오버 하나 했습니다. 관상용 픽. 유튜브 공부 중이신가요? 혹시 그러면은 저 왼쪽 위에 채팅에 왜 유튜브 채팅만 안 올라오는지 혹시 아실까요? 계정 연결 해제 다 하고 뭐 다 해봤는데도 안 뜨네. 볼티 승이요? 잠시만요. 지금 라인업 나왔나 한번 또 확인해 볼게요. 이거 라인업은 수시로 봐줘야 됩니다. 볼티모어 라인업 나왔네. 멀린스, 만치니, 산탄데르, 마운트 캐슬, 로치맨, 오도어, 유리아스, 치리노스, 메테오, 블랙몬, 디자, CJ 크론, 맥마흔. 아닙니다. 그렇게까지. 맞습니다. 어제 스토리 빠졌더라고요. 제가 어제 방송 중에 한번 말씀드렸는데 이거 스토리 빠지니까 생각 좀 해보시라고. 볼티모 아직 그 보스턴 라인업이 안 나왔어요. 허니양님 보스턴 라인업이 안 나왔습니다. (2시 30분까지) 할 게 없어서요. 샌프란시스코 마이너버 까고 그거 구경이나 하려고요. 좀 이따 30분에 시작하는데
I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Kawaii, cutie on the beat, cooking up the heat. OMG, booty like Kylie, but shouty Taiwanese. Did you see her on the magazine and Times Square on the screens? Just like Reed, Fenty on my cheek, Savage on his D. In the gym, sweaty R.I.P. Practicing Tai Chi, keep it chill, mental L.I.T. Keep it ill psyche. Hotter than wasabi, too spicy. Drop a PIC, now I'm trending on IG. Yeah. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute. Ass fat broke that zipper. Cake back just got thicker. Face ain't got no fillers. Go on, arch that back for the picture. Bitch, I drip like liquor. Pussy in the floor, stay wet like a river. Baby gon' shine like glitter. Looking at the baddest of them all in the mirror. Now every bitch on the block is gonna copy. Don't need to tell them to stop, they couldn't top me. My beat sounds sicker, but my peach look bigger. Bank account got more figures, cutest bitch in the litter. I'm so fucking cute, bitch. I'm so fucking cute. Attitude abusive, but I'm so fucking cute.
야야야야야님 추천 감사합니다.
아, 나 지금 마이크를 끄고 계속 혼자 얘기하고 있었구나. 아, 혼자 뻘짓하고 있었네요. 죄송합니다. 혼자서 신나갖고 떠들고 있었어요. 그럼 어디부터 내 말이 안 들린 거지? 아니, 어제는 그 양키스부터 말씀드리자면요. 그러니까 너무 그 양키스 빠따를 후꾸루 빠따라고 생각하시는데 그 무시하시다가 큰 코 다칩니다, 진짜. 맞습니다. 어제는 제가 좀 많이 틀렸어요. 어제는 뭐 딱히 할 말이 없습니다. 인정할 건 인정해야죠. 어제는 못했습니다, 제가. 근데 못한 것도 못한 건데 어제 야구가 좀 어렵긴 했어요. 지금 몸 풀고 있네요, 하나 둘씩. 이게 유튜브 채팅 지금 연동하는 게 안 돼가지고 이걸 빨리 고쳐야 되는데 뭐 연결 해제했다가 해도 똑같더라고. 야식이요? 저 아까 그 뭐야 러시아 누나 와가지고 러시아 누나 저보고 섹시하다고 해서 컵라면 먹방 진행했어요. 다들 안 계실 때 러시아 누나랑 1대1로. 뭐라고요? 러시아? 콜걸 불렀냐고요? 아, 콜걸 부른 게 아니라 진짜 왔어요. 와가지고 아, 기다려봐요. 제가 보여드리려니까. 진짜 제인 누나 왔다고요. 여기 보시면은 제인 누나가 너는 정말 흥미롭게 생겼다 이래가지고 나는 우즈베키스탄인이라고 했어요. 우즈베키스탄인이라고 했더니 우즈베키스탄? 너 한국인 같은데? 이러길래 그 위에 또 이게 있네. 그 제 특유의 섹시와 애교로 또 이 누나를 녹였거든요. 제인 누나 너무 섹시해. 사랑해. 뽀뽀 쪽쪽 했더니 그 누나가 좋아 죽더라고. 여기 보면은 막 와하하하 하고 웃는 거 있죠. 땡큐 아하하하. 이게 제가 뽀뽀해줘서 좋아해서 이런 거예요. 중국인 같다는 건 트리플 A님이 저보고 항상 하는 말씀이 제가 무슨 중국인 먹방 BJ 같이 생겼대요. 웨이보에서 막 바퀴벌레 쳐먹고 그 중국인 돼지 새끼들 있는데 걔네랑 똑같이 생겼다고. 일단은 중계 시작하겠습니다. 경기 시작했어요. 샌프란시스코 벌써 원아웃입니다. 일단 한가운데 87마일 공을 멀뚱멀뚱 휘두르는 게 너무 화가 나네요. 야, 이 야스렘스키 수염을 그렇게 기르냐? 저 새끼 코수염만 기르고 있는데.
And Yastrzemski hitting over 300. He's got the on-base percentage of 411. His OPS is
제
over
나이를
900.
너무 궁금해하지 말아주세요. 저 부끄러워요 진짜. 근데 마을 공이 날리는데? 꼬라지가 저 원래 코스염이 없었습니다. 최근에 기르기 시작한 거예요. 한 2주 됐습니다 기른지. 마을 재고 하나도 안 되고 구위도 안 좋고 구속도 안 나옵니다. 야스 레무스키 제발 선타출 가지야. 야, 이 새끼 맛이 갔구나. 야스 레무스키 맛이 갔습니다. 그냥 아니 근데 야스 레무스키가 맛이 간 거보다는 마을이 갑자기 개 좋은 공을 던졌어요. 저거 어떻게 저렇게 제고 안 되던 놈이 갑자기 저렇게 제고를 하네. 또 제고 안 되기 시작했어요. 블랙몬 알죠? 알겠습니다. 그때까지 제가 방송을 하게 된다면은 블랙몬처럼 한번 길러보겠습니다. 아니 저 마을에 체인지업에 그냥 맥없이 빠따가 나가냐? 플로레스 넌 할 수 있다고 믿는다. 와 좋댔어요 이거 지금. 마을 공 보니까 그냥 땅에 꼽히는데 그거 지금 모르겠어요. 그거 내가 고쳐보려고 막 이것저것 했는데 안 돼요. 뭐 계정도 연결 해제해보고 하고 막 계속 그랬는데 안 되대. 왜 안 되는지 모르겠는데. 새로 고침도 계속 했는데. 아 까비.
Have scored only 3 runs in the 2 games of this series. As Sean mentioned in the top of the telecast, the Jets had a lot of chances yesterday. 12 hits and 16.
저 고글은 하나밖에 없습니다. 합치면은 한 3-4개 있는데. 야, 저 체인지업에 자꾸 나갈라 그러냐. 좀 참아봐. 마을 보니까 오늘 공이 체인지업 원툴입니다 지금. 저게 딱 제구 안 돼갖고 가운데에 꼽히면은 바로 런인데.
You aren't going to get many opportunities against the closer. You send the guy, you try to be aggressive, and the Reds have just stepped up and done it defensively.
Strike 3 call. Strong first inning for Tyler Mahle. 3 up, 3 down. The Reds.
병신 새끼들이네요 진짜. 아니 근데 마을 공이 나쁘지 않습니다. 아마 쟤는 똑같이 땅에 꼽히는 체인지업을 예상하고 가만히 있었던 것 같은데 같은 구속에 그냥 직구로 왔어요. 그래서 멀뚱멀뚱 서서 죽었습니다.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me thinking low.
아니 이 새끼들 왜 이거 안 해줘.
사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로
제가 입중계 해드릴게요 여러분들.
사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서
제 1조합에 클리블랜드가 있기 때문에 그 부분은 응원을 못 해드릴 것 같습니다. 와, 근데 이거 맞냐? 무슨 마을이 2-3진을 잡고 이거 세상이 망해가고 있어.
He's got good stuff. He's 95 miles an hour with a split and a curveball. You're going to see a lot of ground balls.
Here's the lineup he'll be facing for the Reds. It'll be Nick Senzel, the center fielder, Tyler Naquin in right, Tyler Stevenson, the designated hitter, Joey Votto, the veteran, is hitting cleanup.
Joey Votto,
the home run and RBI leader for the Reds at second. Kyle Farmer, 3-run homer yesterday for all of the Reds' runs, and it was enough. He's the shortstop. Mike Moustakas, the veteran, at third. Albert Almora Jr., the former Cub, in left. And Aramis Garcia, a former Giant, is doing the catching. David Bell, who took the job as
저거 타율 아니에요. 타율 아니에요. 출루율인가 그럴 겁니다.
in charge of the farm system.
저 타율 아닙니다.
And himself a former Giants player.
출루율입니다. 출루율.
Here's Senzel.
보토 지금 1할 한참 1할인데 보토가 무슨 3할이면은 말이 안 되죠. 그 우리 잠깐 깨알같이 혹시 걱정하실까봐 보여드리겠습니다. 신시내티 타율입니다. 2할 1푼, 2할 5푼, 3할, 1할 6푼. 일단 4번 타자가 1할 타자예요.
He's been impressive hitting, but more impressive defensively in center field. Made a great. Well, he didn't actually make a catch, but a
맞아요. 이제 좀 익숙한 화면 나오니까 안심하시는 모습이. 공 괜찮습니다 지금.
When he signed with the Reds, he was not an outfielder.
The University of Tennessee. That is off the outside at 95. 1-2 strikes. He was a first-round draft choice by the Red. He was the second player in the country chosen.
님 자러 가면은 꼬라 있음. 님 자고 일어나면은 꼬라 있음. 틀려 있음. 야, 이 왜 그러냐? 애들 다 그냥
That's that two-seam fastball that Cobb uses so effectively with 2 strikes. It looks like a ball out of the hand.
네, 곡을 좀 하나 선물해 주세요.
Just a ton of movement back over the outside part of the plate. And that's what he can do at 95 miles an hour. When he's executing that pitch, that's when he's at his best. And we talked about the expected versus actual numbers, and they're vastly different. That just goes to show you that he's pitched a lot better than the numbers show.
Tyler Naquin. And a foul on the first base side. Naquin is another former first-round draft choice.
야, 근데 경기가 벌써부터 졸리냐? 얘네 그냥 선풍기질하는 거 보니까 잠이 오네, 잠이 와.
But always highly thought of there, and he's been a pretty good player from what we're hearing you say.
Yes, he's been exceptional here in Cincinnati. A lot of injuries up in Cleveland, and a lot of frustration.
There's that splitter from Alex Cobb.
And when he had an opportunity to come here and play and stay somewhat healthy and be on the field, he showed what he's actually capable of doing. And what that is big time power.
야.
Wilmer Flores will take it himself.
이거 이러다가 진짜 우분의 투수전 될지도.
Check out the split fastball here between Malley and Cobb. We're going to see a lot of splits today, and they're both really good pitches. But Cobb's a little bit harder, a little less down. But it looks like a fastball.
저를 좀 슈퍼맨님의 성적 해소 대상으로 보지 말아주세요. 좀 수치스럽네요.
The two-pitch combination, the sinker split, comes out of the hand the same way, about 7 miles an hour different. And then he's got the curveball that he likes to drop in there for a first pitch strike every now and again.
Here's Tyler Stevenson, and a called strike on the outside again with that two-seamer. Stevenson, another first round draft choice.
그나마 지금 신시내티에서
They drafted him out of high school.
가장 믿을만한 거는 저 스티븐슨하고
And this guy, I mean,
알모라입니다.
they always thought very highly of him. He's big and strong. And how's he developing as a receiver?
Really well. Very good defensively. Really spent a lot of time with Tucker Barnhart.
얘는 좀 공 잘 보네.
In Detroit now. Tucker took him under the wing and really worked with him defensively. He has been so much better in blocking balls, receiving, framing, throwing runners out. He's always been able to hit, but just a really mature approach to hitting, and in my opinion so far this year has been the MVP of his team.
Well, he's been the best hitter really since the beginning of the year, hitting over 300 at 370.
제 생각도 오늘 하루 정도 잡아줄 것 같긴 한데
Tyler Stevenson.
산도발이기도 하고. 야, 이거는
To right field.
맞았습니다. 일단 1루. 근데 그 다음에 또 식물
Of the game. First
보토 형님이 거의 그 KBO로 치면은 박경수급 활약을 보여주고 계시거든요.
Can have approaches like this and two strikes. And that's that pitch that Cobb struck out Senzel on, although what happened there is it ran back over the middle part of the plate. But Stevenson, to his credit, had that opposite field approach with two strikes and then put a good swing on it for the first hit of the game.
Joey Votto, 38 years old now. He was drafted by the Reds 20 years ago.
저거 지금 잠깐 그건가 봐요. 한 2회쯤 되면 뜰 것 같은데.
Member of the Cincinnati Reds. And he's at that stage of his career where people now have the discussion. Joey Votto, is he headed to the Hall of
근데
Fame?
보토가
What do you think?
타율은 저래도 공은 잘 봅니다. 출루율이 3할이에요.
Put them all in.
야,
Knocked down by Flores. And
수비 실책 나올 뻔했으나
the inning
바로 죽었네요.
is over.
1이닝 아까 무득 가신 분 있다 하셨는데 축하드립니다.
We head to the second inning now.
라스가 진짜 왜 안 뜨냐.
Pearson, who's had a red hot week, will be coming up, and Longoria behind him. He's had a hot week. And then
이거 개연도 나오는 거 아니야? 그럼 우리 잠깐 저 라스 고쳐질 때까지 다른 걸로 좀 볼까요? 우리 잠깐 이걸로 보죠. 그러면은 이거 약간 그 진짜 메이저리그 영상 중계 보듯이 요런 거 기능까지 있거든요.
저도 10번
소리 키니까 갑자기 광고 나와버리네. 자, 마을 시작됐습니다. 이제 슬슬 제구가 안 되기 시작했어요.
History.
Yes,
And they won 106 games and finished in second place to the Giants. Jock Peterson, a former Dodger, leads off against Malley, and it's 2-0.
So many things have to go right to win 107 games, no matter how talented you are. And we talked to Kapler about that before the game, and he just said everybody had exceptional.
그게 사실일 것 같나요?
To recreate that.
그리고 딱 봐도
And it's 2-1. Jock Peterson had a long discussion along with Lamont Wade Jr. with Barry Bonds, not about the mechanics of hitting, but more about the mental aspects of hitting, of staying focused, of getting rid of all the distractions. And then he went out and hit 3 home runs that night.
야, 저 땅에 꼽히는 걸 휘두르냐 굳이.
A career record. He had 8 RBIs and also knocked in the tying run with a single in that same game in the 9th inning against the Mets. And he said that he put the things that Barry told him, the tips he gave him about maintaining focus as a hitter, to good use that night. Now a fastball, and that almost looked like it shocked Jock there after all that off-speed stuff.
Well, what makes Tyler Mahle so effective is his ability to throw that fastball.
정상적인 일을 하세요. 뭐 장래희망이 총판이에요 또.
Comes from the same slot.
이 아메리카노 맞습니다.
But at the bottom of the zone is the split, and the fastball at the top of the zone. Tough to cover both.
That's a good take by Peterson there. Looked like a strike out of the hand, but he must have seen something soft. They didn't even offer at it, and that might be just a fact of, you know, the scouting reports now are so fine-tuned that pitchers have tendencies to throw certain pitches in certain counts, and
교라고요?
he's already seen a couple 3-2 off-speed pitches.
이제 출루했는데?
Saw split out of the hand, was able to take it for ball 4.
Now Evan Longoria, 36-year-old veteran, and a called strike. Longoria is only in his 15th game of the year, and the 3 home runs that he's hit have been in his last 3 games, including a long one yesterday into the upper deck in left. Jock Peterson at first, Votto on the bag with him. Did he swing? Yes.
야, 저게 스윙이야?
4-2.
스윙이네.
Without a doubt. Yep. They all look like they swing on the replay, don't they?
That's a pitcher.
I'm glad you picked up on that, John.
Another check swing.
No, I wouldn't say all the time. Wilmer Flores didn't swing to end the NLDS last year. They rung him up.
1-2 the count.
He absolutely didn't go.
In Sean's whole career, there's that one exception.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only time I've ever seen a check swing called.
신시 풀이요. 여태까지
A little bit low with that split.
얘네들 하는 거 보면은
Brandon Crawford is on deck.
신시가 이겨도 이상하진
This is
않죠.
one of the oldest teams in the game.
아, 니코님 어서 오세요.
Longoria, 36.
근데 이거 마을이 슬슬 기억을 좀 찾은 것 같습니다.
님 추천 감사합니다.
추천 감사합니다.
Popped up.
야, 저
One away.
지 몸에 닿을 뻔한 걸 굳이 그걸 쳐서
It's a good pitch. Got it in the hands of Longoria.
야구 방망이 요 부분에 쳐서 그거를
You got to pitch in the big leagues nowadays. Everybody tries to live out over the plate. Players are looking out over the plate. A lot of off speed. Got to stand a guy up every once in a while and keep him honest. Every once in a while, you'll get a guy to swing and you'll get an out as a result.
Jock Peterson over at first after his leadoff walk. 1 out now, and Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, see, I'm glad you make that point because we speak about that all the time, and it doesn't mean you have to throw mid to high 90s in order to pitch inside, right?
Right. It's effective. You just have to hit your
네,
spot.
그거는 그런 것 같아요. 송구안도 안 되고
Just as a hitter, you can say that you
안 좋긴 안 좋네요, 확실히.
You become a much better hitter. If a pitcher stands you up and you have to be aware of that pitch inside, well, you have to think about it now at that point.
Jock Peterson back to the bag at first. Antoine Richardson is the Giants' first base coach.
I've been so impressed with Craw. I love to watch him play, and he made a few defensive plays yesterday. Just phenomenal. And I remember when he first came in the league thinking, oh, this is a really good defensive shortstop. And man, that bat has certainly come around for him, and he's been doing it for quite a while.
And really had his best offensive season last year. 24 home runs. He was in the MVP discussion. He had such a strong all-round year.
야, 이거
Center field, but that will stay in the
잘 친 거 같았는데
room. Number 2.
잘 친 거 같았는데 뭐 그냥 아무것도 없네요.
Before the series started, and you said, "Man, I wish I could watch Brandon Crawford play more often." You know, we have the luxury of seeing him play every day, but
아니 또 왜 제
a couple of
앞치마는
those plays he made yesterday.
왜 보려고 하시는 거예요?
Absolutely.
I mean, plays to his left,
똑같은 거예요, 똑같은
plays
거.
to his right, backhand thrown across his body, across the field. He makes those plays look fairly routine, and they're not.
트렁 까보자.
There were a couple
에스트라다야.
in between hops that he just stepped through the baseball, and I was like,
이거 이제 고쳤다.
you know, to the naked eye or to the average fan, just looks like a routine play. Well,
가능합니다.
he just makes it look so smooth.
뭐 야구 뭐 원데이 투데이 보나요?
Big fan.
이러다가도 5번 하는 게
John
야구죠.
Peterson still at first with 2 down. Tyro Estrada, former Yankees product, and he's one of the young Giants, 26 years old. And the
야,
Cubs
근데
all
저 한가운데 느린 공을 가만히 보고 있는 게 좀 그러네.
Estrada, 2 homers, 20 batted in. Farhan Zaidi, the Giants president of baseball ops, told a story that Buster Posey, when the Giants played the Yankees 3 years ago, saw him after one of the games and said, "Hey, that young guy Tyro Estrada, you should try and get him. I like him."
Assistant GM.
Yeah, you listen to Buster. I guess
right.
they heard him.
They got him.
벌써 교인가요?
Up and down between the majors and minors a lot last year and hit really well.
개 못한다 진짜.
Several different positions.
야, 근데 이거는 좀 잘 쳤는데 아깝게 됐습니다.
Peterson with the leadoff walk, stranded at first. Now Brandon Drury with Kyle Farmer coming up.
여러분 안녕. MLB 스쿨 이원영 티처예요. 오늘도 알고 보면 더 재미있는 메이저리그 이야기가 준비되어 있는데요. 그럼 지금 바로 따라가 볼까요? The Last Dance. 미국의 농구 황제 마이클 조던과 시카고 불스의 마지막 동행을 다룬 다큐멘터리죠.
왜 어쩌다가 오링 나셨을까요?
에 뭉친 3명의 전설들이 있습니다. 현역 최고령 타자 엘버트 푸올스, 골드글러브 10회 수상에 빛나는 야디에르 몰리나의 영원한 짝꿍 애덤 웨인라이트가 그 주인공이었죠.
나 이거 샌마옥 같음, 샌마옥.
레전드들이 홍건조 군단 세인트로이스 카디널스에서 다시 뭉쳤습니다. 때는 바야흐로 2006년. 웨인라이트가 신인 투수였던 시절 이들은 팀 역대 10번째 월드시리즈 우승을 합작했는데요. 긴 세월이 지나
술이요?
다시 뭉친 이들의
막 그렇게
평균 나이는 무려 40살.
좋아하진
더욱
않습니다.
놀라운 건
아, 이거 조합이 아니고 그냥
올리버 마물
방송 있는 사람들 같이
35살이라는 사실.
구경이나 하자 하고 간 거예요.
왕이 돌아왔습니다. 올 시즌
2시 30분까지 할 게 없어서요, 할 게 없어서.
세인트루이스로 돌아온 엘버트 푸올스. 메이저리그 역대 4번째 통산 700홈런이라는 대기록 달성을 앞두고
아유,
있는데요.
심프로
세인트루이스와
할 수도
계약을
있죠.
맺어도 곧바로 몰리나에게 전화해
근데 어찌됐거나
기쁜 소식을 알렸다고 하죠.
저희랑 결이 좀 같긴 같은데요.
에게 많은 기대를 받고 있는 폴스와 몰리나는 올 시즌이 마지막이라며 은퇴를 예고한 바 있는데요. 카디널스의 상징과도 같은 베테랑
아니, 좀
선임방이
답답하긴 합니다,
2012 시즌 라스트 댄스. 어게인 2006를 꿈꾸는 그들에겐 올 시즌은 어떤 감동과 낭만이 기다리고 있을까요? 오늘 이원영 티처가 준비한 이야기는 여기까지입니다. 다음 시간에도 더 재미있는 메이저리그 이야기로 돌아올게요. 그럼 안녕!
So, you in? more we defend better behind Alex Cobb, the better pitcher he's going to be for us.
Thanks, Gabe.
My pleasure.
Gabe Kapler, Giants manager, with Ahmed Fareed. Brandon Drury, home run and RBI leader for the Reds, leads off against Cobb. He got the call on that fastball on the outside. It's 0-1.
If there's one spot Mlb분석 will give to pitchers is down and away from right-handed batters and down and away from left-handed batters, and a little bit at the top of the zone. Other than that, he's a pretty hitter-friendly umpire.
Scouting report on Shane Mlb분석. Tough hop and
야, 저거를
not handled by Longoria. And I don't know.
이현님 안녕하세요. 와, 저거를 놓치냐 얘네. 타격감도 타격감인데.
Topspin on it. The first move, first step says everything. And his first step was to retreat. Really can't see him. But anytime you're going backwards and that ball has some topspin, watch this first step. See that first step backwards?
야, 저거 롱고리아 저거를
Puts you in a defensive position. As an infielder, I'm sorry, as an infielder, you're always thinking of
굳이 또 니킥 해가지고 더 밀어내는 모습이 상당히 역겹네요.
And they've been talking a lot about that with Cobb on the mound. As many ground balls as he gets, they want him to be more, the infielders to be more aggressive and come and get those baseballs.
Flores, Estrada, Cobb covering, not in time. They get the out at second, not at first. Farmer is safe at first.
진짜 다 답이 없다.
And Wilmer Flores at first base. This is the option or the luxury of having a middle infielder with the ability to play first base. That's a great play right there. The ability to stand up, make a good solid throw to second base.
And that's also a result of the shift right there, them not being able to turn two. He had to wait for Thairo Estrada, the second baseman, to get to the bag before he made the throw. Had he been able to come up and make a throw right away, they probably would have got a double play right there. But that's where that shift sometimes ends up making it difficult to turn two.
Now Mike Moustakas, and it's 0-1.
And Essie, to your point, we've seen that. We've seen so many plays not made with the shift, and you know that's the question, is the delicate balance. It'd be interesting to see when Major League Baseball makes a change and kind of bans this extreme shift in the future. If that happens, see some of those traditional plays.
네, 1루는 세이브입니다. 세이브.
Like that 3-6-3 double play or 3-6-1 double play.
If they ask my opinion, I'd say get rid of it. I mean, they say it takes away hits, but I want double plays turned.
Well off the outside that time with a splitter. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And especially a guy like Cobb who's.
아니 요거는 굳이 그 세게 갈 그게 아니죠. 애초에.
When you're playing like you did for 100 years, right? Even when you played, you're going to get a ground ball double.
여기다가 혹시 세게 가셨나요?
I mean, 9 times out of 10.
Blocked by Joey Bart. Right now the Giants have the third baseman Longoria in the overshift at shortstop. The shortstop Crawford at second base, and the second baseman Estrada is kind of the third man in on the infield on the right side. There's Crawford at second base.
John, you've seen a few ball games and been around the game a little bit. What are your thoughts on the shift?
I grew up a Giants fan growing up in the Bay Area, and Willie McCovey, one of the great Hall of Fame sluggers, and routinely teams used to shift against McCovey. Now, I'm sure McCovey lost a lot of hits because of that. At the same time, I once, in the second game of a doubleheader at Candlestick, with Mays at first and 2 down, they had the shift on, and McCovey bunted, and Mays scored from first on a bunt, and McCovey got a double.
영상을 틀어드리면 좋은데 그 저작권 걸려갖고 바로 잘립니다.
Broadcast for the Giants, I saw McCovey because he was always at the ballpark. So was Mays, and asked him about that play, and he said, "Well,
영상을 틀어드리면 좋긴
I had to
한데
learn how to bunt. You couldn't get to the big leagues in those days unless you knew how to bunt. That was just a requirement of being in the minor leagues." Mickey Mantle was a pretty good bunter. Usually they would do it if they were kind of slumping or hurting for a hit, or maybe a tough pitcher that they.
야 이거 무스타커스면은 근데 하나 깔 수도 있는데.
Well,
Anyway, I think there are ways
이거 지금
maybe that
투볼
you can have a
원
shift,
스트라이크로 나와 있는데 풀 카운트입니다. 풀 카운트.
figure out a way to beat it. There goes the runner. And it was ball 4 to Moustakas. Now the Reds have 2 men on.
야, 이거 코비 먼저 쳐맞겠다.
Anyway,
꼬라지가.
I guess I'm saying I don't know, and I asked Brandon Crawford about it if they outlawed the shift, which already it's like, well, how will they do that? I guess they're talking about nobody can go in the outfield, you have to stay in the dirt. The shortstop, say for a left-handed hitter, couldn't go past second base. But Brandon talked about, and Buster Posey kind of said the same thing. Well, they hit one to the right of second base, and Crawford's up the middle. He'll still go get it. You would have still gone and got it, Barry. So I don't know if it would make that much of a difference. That's in for a strike to Albert Almora Jr., who really is, he's always been known as an outstanding outfielder. He used to play center for the Cubs, Gold Glove caliber outfielder. He's hitting really well right now.
he is swinging the bat well. He has an intensity about him.
In the hole and through.
와,
Farmer being waved home, and he will score. 1-0 Cincinnati.
차라리 좋아.
Almora with another base hit and an RBI.
Well, this
차라리
is pretty much Alex Cobb's season in a nutshell.
오버에 가까워져.
It's a play at third base that, you know, maybe should have been made. We don't even know if it's a hit yet. It's still pending. It's a hit. Yeah. Okay. So he gives up a hit on a play that
아니,
probably
근데
should have been made. Then he gets a ground ball.
유격수 수비하는 게 개웃기네.
And then he walks a guy, and then you have a seeing eye ground ball between third and short, and they score a run because of it.
7724님 아직 포기하지 마세요. 이거 아직 아무런 직답니다. 뭐 야구 1, 2회
It
보고.
was a hit to Longoria, third base. So that's pretty much sums up his season right here. In the
그리고
second inning.
코 털리는 거 당연한데 마을도 안 털리라는 법이 없어요. 여기다 불펜 싸움 가면은 무조건 샘프가 유리하기 때문에 점수 좀 한번 불붙으면은 그냥 오버에 마인 금방입니다 이거. 근데 공은 마을보다 콥이 훨씬 좋아 보이는데 타자가 신시내티가 훨씬 좋네.
You have to continue to stay focused and make pitches. The other day we saw it. You know, they didn't make a play behind him, and then he gives up a 3-run home run to Alonso.
Broken back to Crawford. Estrada to first, double play.
진짜 역겹다. 빠따
Shattering, grounds into the inning ending double.
빠따 부러지면서 병살타 쳐버렸네요. 와 진짜 개역겹다. 설마 했는데. 야 진짜 못한다. 좀 프레시 할 겸 잠도 오는데 아이스 아메리카노나 한 잔 더 타오겠습니다. 야, 진짜 샌프란시스코 개 못하네. 야, 너무 심한 거 아니야?
Tyler Mahle trying to get that shutdown inning after the Reds got him a run. 2 balls, no strikes. By the way, you talk about the strikeouts for Joey Bart, and when he was a young guy, Barry Larkin had a year with 588 at-bats and 24 strikeouts. So even as a young guy, I don't think that was much of a problem for you, Barry.
No, but you know, I wasn't a power guy, so I didn't go out there. I just went out there to try to make contact, as opposed to try to do some damage.
And you almost always did.
I made a lot of contact that year.
1988. That is Almora.
참빈님 뭐가 좋았는데요 오늘?
For Tyler Mahle. Top of the order for the Reds. Senzel, Naquin, and Stevenson coming up. 1-0 Reds.
아니 지금 더 화나는 건 지금 퍼펙트 게임 하게 생겼어요.
And he gets Realmuto to chase. 2-2 the count on Bohm. And he takes strike 3 call that time. McGill was able to hit the outside corner. 0-2 coming to Herrera. Struck him out. He fans 3 in the inning. 5 strikeouts for McGill. No hits through 5. Michael Kopech going to the mound.
아니 요건 애초에 근데 올리질 않았는데 방에다가
Here it comes. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
그냥 방송 보는 사람들끼리 할 거 없으니까 심심하니까 그냥 재미로 좀 간 거죠. 아 7723이 아직 포기하지 마세요. 저거 아직은 판단하기 이릅니다. 괜찮아요. 우리한텐 1조합이 있잖아요. 1조합으로 수익 봅시다. 근데 그건 그래요. 누가 봐도 오버 존나 갈 경기긴 했어요.
Talk about nobody feels sorry for you in this league. You got to show up. You got to compete every night. And tonight we didn't do a very good job. Obviously, we got our lunch handed to us.
맞습니다. 1조합을 위한 약간의 재물. 그냥 그 장난감이라고 생각하시면 편할 것 같아요. 장난감. 할 거 없잖아요. 2시 30분까지. 뭐 기다려. 요거 경기 보면서 이 새끼들 보면서 욕이나 하다가. 근데 모르긴 몰라요. 얘네는 불펜이 지금 신시내티 불펜이 좋지 않아갖고
This is not a good offensive club right now.
샌마 같다고요? 아니 샌마도 몰라요. 1점 차인데 점수 한 번 나면은 뭐 딱 1점만 나 2점만 나겠나? 그냥 빵빵 터지지.
And the Reds all of a sudden playing very well the last three and a half weeks or so. One of the best records in the game in that time, and they've won 4 in a row. And they're going for a sweep of the Giants this weekend. Back of their manager, David Bell. Senzel with a count of 0-1 facing Alex Cobb, the Giants right-hander. Senzel called out on strikes his first time.
야, 저 한가운데 저거를
0-2.
The second time through the order here, they're seeing a different look from Alex Cobb. It was sinker split the first time through. Now he's starting to mix in that curveball. It's a good one too.
Tyler Naquin on deck. Strike 3 called. That very similar pitch
삼구삼진.
with which he struck him out the first time.
Well, you slow him down with the breaking ball, and then you throw the fastball. He did it in the first at bat with the split. This time he does it with the curveball, and then comes back in the exact same spot.
And you can see the freeze right there. That ball starts off the plate, and you are programmed. When that ball's off the plate, it's a ball. It is tough. When you get a guy that can run it back, think about Maddox.
Yep.
A guy that can run it back like that, but with more velocity, makes it awfully tough. And John, you talked about the team and how they've been playing well. Well, since for the last 20 games or so, they've been 4th in Major League Baseball. They've scored 5.5 runs per game. That's 5th most, and they've only allowed 3, almost 4, 10 fewest in Major League Baseball. So they have really turned it around, and it's been a little bit of everything. 3 games ago, 20 runs on 20 hits, and in the first 2 games of this series, pitching and defense. So they've done it in many different ways.
Now they beat the Cubs 20-5 on Thursday, and then the Giants have only scored 3 runs in 2 games. They beat the Giants 3-2 here yesterday. Tyler Naquin grounded out to Wilmer Flores at first, his first time. Giants have the overshift on for him. Nobody at third base. Crawford is at short. There you see how they.
야, 너무 추풍낙엽인데?
Longoria, Estrada,
경기가 왜 이렇게 빠르냐?
arrayed between second and first. 2-2. Struck him out. 2 straight strikeouts for Alex Cobb.
Well, it was the same pitch he threw in the previous pitch that Naquin took, and this time he decides to swing at it. But that would have been the same pitch. It would have been a ball, but what are you thinking there, Barry? When you take a pitch and then you swing at the same pitch, follow it up.
I think what you're thinking is that called third strike to Nick Senzel. That's that same pitch, and I can't let it go. I've got to at least try to foul it off.
믿는다. 요거 잘 맞고 역전할 거라고 믿는다.
Reds have 3 hits against Cobb.
믿어 의심치 않으려고요.
Couple of ground ball hits, a walk in the middle, and they got a run in the second inning. But Stevenson had a line drive to right field, a solid single, his first time. You think he's going to hit more home runs? He looks like a guy who would hit home runs. He's 6 feet 4 inches tall.
The last thing that normally comes is power.
야, 그냥 얘네 타자들 하는 게 웃음만 나오네.
Strong enough. He's got plenty of power. But it's his approach. He is basically set up to drive the ball to right center field, and a lot of hits to right field. He will pull an off-speed pitch down the left field line. But his approach to right center field allows him to take that pitch right there, allows him the base hit he got earlier, allows him to hit the ball to right field. He's just really solid. Yes, he will hit more home runs as his swing will continue to develop.
2-2 the count. Struck him out. A pitcher friendly call right there. Stevenson's not so sure.
아니야, 아직 포기하지 마세요. 아직 포기하기엔 이릅니다. 아직 일러요. 아직 할만해요. 저 디그롬 슈어저급이 아니에요. 저거 완전히. 미치겠네. 야, 마을하고 콥하고 저렇게 잘하니까 자괴감 드네. 어울리지 않게 왜 그러냐 둘 다. 투구수도 개 좋아요 둘 다 지금. 가능합니다.
Breaking ball right center field, headed towards the gap. Gordon lays out and makes a catch you will not believe. Nick Gordon with a tremendous catch in the gap to end the inning.
And Nick Gordon makes
네.
a remarkable play on the warning track in right center field.
보스턴 라인업 이거 상당히 괜찮은 겁니다. 스토리도 나왔죠.
Now it's up to Josh Naylor in the 9th inning, tied it with a grand slam just to the right of center. He clobbers another one. Deep right field. Back his angle. He's out of room. It's out of here. Naylor's done it again. Yes, indeed. A grand slam in the ninth. A 3-run homer with 2 out in the 11th.
Boy, is this guy.
농구 보스턴이요?
An 8 RBI night.
제가 근데 농구는 잘 못해가지고 NBA는 하나도 몰라서.
And Mike Yastrzemski. So here is Yaz, and in San Francisco they call him Yaz, just like they called his grandfather in Boston. Boston, they wrote songs about Carl Yastrzemski. Won the Triple Crown in 1967. Mike Yastrzemski grew up in New England. Tavato. Malley gets the putout, and Yaz is 0 for 2. I used to broadcast Red Sox baseball late in Carl Yastrzemski's career, and I'm saying that as we see some old Carl Yastrzemski footage,
야스 레무스키 뭐하냐?
Hall of Famer, he's the guy who replaced Ted Williams in left field. That was not easy, but he was a great left fielder. Won several Gold Gloves. Here is Wilmer Flores. I feel like I'm the only broadcaster who did the everyday broadcasts of the grandfather and the grandson. So maybe somebody else, which is no credit to me. I didn't earn that distinction.
Sure you did.
I'm looking for a distinction, and I'm going with it. Yeah.
Longevity. He started young.
That's out of play off to the right. You had a game here.
야, 좀 얘들아 집중 좀 해야 되지 않겠냐? 니네 지금 시시네티한테 수입당하는 거는 내가 봤을 때 아무리 생각해도 좋게 생각할 수가 없는데 이거는.
On a field, and my brother ended up getting a hit. Jack McKeon, I believe, was a manager at the time, and we were playing Pittsburgh. It was last game of the season. Jim Bowden made this all happen for us, so I'm really appreciative of that. And so after my second at bat, I don't have a hit, and I was coming out of the game, and he asked me if I wanted to go for a third at bat to try to get that hit because my brother did get a hit. And I wore that 96-mile-an-hour fastball right in my ribs for about 2 months.
Wow.
You got hit. You didn't get
I did. Thanks for keeping me in there, Skip.
And Jack said, well, you did get hit. I appreciate it, Skip.
Steve Larkin.
Steve, yes.
Your brother.
So he played first?
He played first. Brett played second. I played short. And Arnie, Aaron Boone, the manager of the New York Yankees, played third.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Cool.
That's awesome.
2-2 the count to Wilmer Flores. Just off the outside.
But we've seen a fastball in that same location called just to end the last inning. And Malley didn't get that pitch. It's a good pitch though with 2 strikes.
Nerves of steel to take that one if you're Wilmer Flores with 2 strikes. Well, he takes that one too. Strike 3 call. Second time in a row that Wilmer has been called out on strikes.
And that's the 4th 3-2 count that Tyler Malley's had, and in all those counts he's thrown a breaking ball, either a split or a slider. And he's got 47 more full counts than any pitcher in the major leagues.
Wow.
Since last year. So I would say that he probably nibbles a little bit. You know, if you get to a 3-2 count, he's probably nibbling a little bit, but he's done a nice job today in a 3-2 count and making good pitches.
Jock Peterson now got a high fastball, and he didn't get it. 0-1. Jock drew a walk his first time. Jock has been much in the news here the last couple of days. Trending on Twitter for sure. The incident between he and Tommy Pham on Friday night.
야, 진짜 이거 너무하다. 야,
Caught in foul ground by Moustakas, and Jock Peterson retired.
이건 아니지 않냐,
That's
진짜
4
아무리 생각해도.
no-hit innings so far for Tyler Malley. Joey Votto will be coming up for the Reds.
진짜 경기력이 처참합니다. 샘프는 당분간 차라리 좋습니다. 이렇게 된 거 앞으로 샘프를 좀 걸을 수 있는 명분이 생겼어요.
You can throw your food and wear it proudly. It's where showing off is encouraged, even if it doesn't always work out.
So, you in?
이제 샘프는 당분간 쭉 걸러야 될 것 같습니다. 진짜.
Gap, what a play! Stop it, Tony Gap. What? Maybe the best play of the year, folks. I mean, that is full airborne.
Diving play to his right. Unbelievable.
그 다 이유가 있습니다. 지는 데는. 야, 진짜 심각하네. 어떻게 그 한 주 사이에 이렇게 팀이 바뀔 수가 있죠?
One strike away. Not a soul in this place that doesn't know what's at stake. And here's the next delivery. It's chopped to short.
아, 가능하죠.
It's a no-hitter. It's a no-hitter. Reed Dippers in just his 11th major league start pitches a no-hitter. That's the 13th in Angels history.
존나 못합니다. 샘프 지금 진짜.
Over by the first base area.
샘프 거의 지금 피츠버그 빙의했어요. 피츠버그랑 붙어도 지금 승패를 장담할 수가 없습니다.
Everything working tonight. What a night for Reed Detmers.
Here, Carlos, welcome to our telecast. And first off, an early game like this, how's that for you?
It doesn't do much for me. I just show up and.
왜 이렇게 마트에 같이 샘프 근데? 이 정도까지 아니었는데.
Affects the guys on the field more than me. So.
Now you pitch here on Friday.
Yeah.
Now there are a few obstacles. It was raining. It rained while you were pitching. There was a 2-hour and 8-minute rain delay before the game ever started, as Votto takes ball one. And so, what was that night like for you and your teammates?
It's just part of it, baseball and rain delays, and it's middle of the summer. I think that's just part of the game. You just get used to it.
I imagine, Carlos, you had to deal with that a little bit in Chicago, right?
Yeah,
From time to time?
Midwest, Ohio River Valley, you get a lot of rain.
농구는 보스턴 걸으라고
When
하시네요.
you don't have a roof, you get used to it.
Well, early start today. What do you prefer? Day games or night games? Or does it matter?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, 11:40 or 11:35 starts a little early. Not normal, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I always felt like on the East Coast time, I hated pitching day games because my clock was set back to the West Coast.
차라리 신시가 한 1, 2점 더 되자. 아니 이 새끼는 야구를 할 생각을 해야지.
Being on the West Coast for the first time and getting used to that, flying far, long travel, and the different time zones.
Hey, talk a little bit about Alex Cobb and what you've seen from him. I mean, he's the unluckiest pitcher in the big leagues this year.
He looks pretty good right now, if you ask me. He struck out 4 in a row, so.
He sure does. But you look at his ERA; it's almost a 6 right now.
Yeah.
And it's expected ERA is just below a 2. So what do you think? What's going on? I mean, I know nothing's wrong with Cobb, but what are you seeing?
His stuff is just so nasty that he gets these odd swings and just bad hit balls that are hard. They're hard to make plays on. The slow rollers on the infield and the balls that just squib through the hole.
6점도 못 낼 것 같은데 지금 하는 꼬라지가 이대로 끝날 것도 같습니다.
Uncommon contact from the hitters because that two seam in the split, like they just cause bad swings, and I think it's just something that us as a team and defensively will adjust to. He's new here as well, and his stuff is pretty electric.
Carlos Rodon, Giants left-hander, is with us. Brandon Drury is the hitter now. Brandon Drury hit a home run on a pitch that was up around the lettering on his shirt.
Yeah, that was impressive. 3-0.
Was that kind of a shock?
He's a good hitter. I put a good swing on it. He knows I like throwing fastballs up, and made a good swing and hit it out.
Hey, Carlos, you mentioned the shift a little bit earlier.
Yes, sir.
Kind of, what is your perspective? Would you rather see them go away from the shift? What do you think about the shift overall?
I think with the proper information, which we do have here, I think they know where to shift the infield as far as the guys' tendencies, where they hit the ground, where they hit their ground balls. I don't mind it. And when you have information and you're confident in what you're doing, then by all means.
주력이요?
And that is the 5th consecutive strikeout.
Yeah.
Here you go, Alex Cobb.
Like I said, what's wrong with Alex Cobb, Carlos?
주력 오늘 두 조합 있습니다. 두 조합.
Nothing right now.
두 폴더 하나, 세 폴더 하나.
David Bell comes out, and I think Drury was not that happy with that call. David Bell comes out to speak to the plate umpire, Mlb분석, after that.
Did he toss him?
I don't think so.
저는 원래 그 막 돈 받고 픽 드리지 않는데 저희 유튜브 오시면은 털보방 카카오톡 저희 멤버십방 들어오시면은 조합 매일 나가고 있어요.
Hey Carlos, more important than the shift. How do you
어차피
feel about an electronic strike zone?
I think, like I've said it before, and people have asked me about
1조합
umpiring.
콜로라도 승, 보스턴 승, 클리블랜드 승 같습니다. 1조합만 알려드릴게요.
Balls coming at you quick. You got bats swinging, balls flying. I don't mind the human element. You're gonna miss some pitches. You're gonna get pitches called your way. You're gonna get pitches called against you, and that's just part of the game. It really is.
2 down, nobody on. Carlos Rodon, Giants hard-throwing left-hander, visiting with us from the dugout. And that's off the outside. Did you ever see Barry Larkin play as a kid?
Yeah, I knew Barry Larkin was.
He was pretty good.
He was really good.
Yeah, so even though you were just a kid, you were just a youth at that time, you know all about that.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So, and how are things going for you in your new situation? Giants on the West Coast, National League.
Yeah, a little different. Don't have to hit anymore. Never did hit before, but now I definitely don't have to hit. Gave that up a while ago. I love the city of San Francisco.
Cobb was a little late getting there, and he.
자, 안타 내는 것도 신기하게. 시프트 하다가 1루수 커버 늦어가지고 안타 됐습니다.
You see Cobb get over their feet from Wilmer. Yeah, he doesn't get the tag.
아, 괴롭다 이거 보기.
Tries to tag him in the chest, but
빨리 2시
Farmer gets a
30분이
foot in
됐으면
there
좋겠다.
before he does.
Well, and Cobb also got his foot on the bag.
San Francisco is challenging the safe call at first base.
Now, did he tag
이거 아웃인 것 같은데?
the bag?
Yeah, they're checking out the foot because the glove definitely didn't get him before he got to the bag. But the foot may have.
Oh, he might have gotten his left hand. I don't know. But the Giants have challenged the call. You heard that announcement from crew chief Hunter Wendelstedt.
Cobb thinks he got him.
Well, you're looking at the replay up on the board there, Carlos.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Like I said, umpiring's hard. I don't know. It is.
Well, fortunately, they got the benefit of a replay now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you still can't really tell here.
Does he hit that
Does he
left?
get his left hand?
Did he hit the left hand?
It looks like the left hand moves.
저거 타도 아닌 것 같아요. 아웃인 것 같아요.
I mean, I think they got to have a different angle, don't they? To catch.
지금 비판 중입니다. 비판 중.
There it is.
제가 봤을 때는 아웃이에요.
So you're convinced, Carlos?
그럼 무조건 아웃인 것 같아요.
I think that's what I'm thinking. His foot.
이미 세임 났다고요?
Yeah, he also got the hand. The hand moved down when the glove hit the hand. We're seeing a different replay up here.
Yeah, and the call was safe, right?
그러네.
After review, the call is overturned. The runner is out.
아웃인데요?
Francisco retains their challenge.
Not a popular call here in Cincinnati. Carlos Rodon.
아웃입니다. 아웃.
Left-hander of the Giants. Many thanks for
제가 봤을 때 타이밍 무조건 저거 아웃이었어요. 아마 트리플 A님은 라스 보시다가 구중에 속으신 것 같습니다.
여러분 안녕. MLb스쿨 이원영 티처예요. 오늘도 알고 보면 더 재미있는
머리 뜨겁다.
메이저리그
이제
이야기가 준비되어 있는데요. 그럼 지금 바로
5회?
따라가 볼까요? The Last Dance. 미국의 농구 황제 마이클 조던과 시카고 불스의 마지막 동행을 다룬 다큐멘터리죠. 메이저리그에서도 마지막 춤을 추기 위해 뭉친 3명의
이거 이러다가
현역
2시 반 되기 전에
로버트 푸올스, 골드글러브 10회 수상에 빛나는 야디에르 몰리나의 영원한 짝꿍 애덤 웨인라이트가 그 주인공인데요. 3명의 리빙 레전드들이 홍건조 군단 세인트루이스 카디널스에서 다시 뭉쳤습니다. 때는
그래요?
바야흐로 2002년 웨인라이트가
그 아마 그
팀 역대 10번째 월드 시리즈
심판 설레발인 것 같습니다.
긴 세월이 지나 다시 뭉친 이들의 평균 나이는 무려 40살.
지그들 홈이니까 신시내티 입장에서는 세이프하는 게 좋으니. 근데 심판이 나와갖고 이랬어요. 그냥 번복이 아니고 그냥 바로 아웃 때리던데.
왕이 돌아왔습니다. 올 시즌을 앞두고 11년 만에 세인트루이스로 돌아온 엘버트 푸올스.
어제 챔스 결승전 보는 것 같다고요? 끔찍한 이야기 하지 말아주세요. 아직 모릅니다.
세인트루이스와 계약을
이제 슬슬 보이긴 하는데.
몰리나에게 전화해 나 사인했어 라며 기쁜 소식을 알렸다고 하죠. 올 시즌 친정팀 팬들에게 많은 기대를 받고 있는 푸올스와 몰리나는 올 시즌이 마지막이라며 은퇴를 예고한 바 있는데요. 카디널스의 상징과도 같은 베테랑 3인방이 펼치는 2022 시즌 라스트 댄스. 어게인 2006를 꿈꾸는 그들에겐 올 시즌은 어떤 감동과 낭만이 기다리고 있을까요?
어떤 감동과 낭만이 기다리고 있을까?
준비한 이야기는 여기까지입니다. 다음 시간에도 더 재미있는 메이저리그 이야기로 돌아올게요. 그럼 안녕!
이제 여기서 말 좀 털리자. 여기서 한 샌프란시스코가 5점을 낸다면 사실 4이닝 언더를 위한 조작 8이닝 1실점.
And my partner was Tony Kubek, and that was a thrill. That was Tiger Stadium there with Hawk Harrelson, and that was a White Sox game in Detroit. The year after Hawk had been the White Sox GM.
야, 아니 그 치는 거마다 다 파플라이 아웃 탑번만 하고 있어요, 얘네 지금.
For his broadcasting, the Ford C. Frick Award. Another thrill, and working with Tony Kubek, who is also in the Hall of Fame.
Magro.
Great broadcaster. After years as a shortstop with the Yankees, I got to work a game with Joe Garagiola, also a huge thrill. And that was at the old Comiskey Park in Chicago.
와.
2-2 the count.
아니 왜 저 공을 저렇게 헛스윙을 하지? 맞지도 않네 배트에 아예.
Doing the game of the week. Joe Garagiola worked the game of the week. And that was the place to see baseball every Saturday. There weren't nearly as many games in California that the local teams televised in those days.
That's why you see so many people in my generation and older that were Cubs and Braves fans, because that was the teams that you could watch every day. You'd only get one local game a week, it seemed like.
Evan Longoria fouled out to first, his first
Foul.
time. I'm John Miller with Hall of Famer Barry Larkin and Sean Estes, the old left-hander we call him in San Francisco. 19-game winner for the Giants in 1997. That's a pretty good year.
Thank you for that, John.
Of course, now we understand the wins don't mean anything.
It meant nothing.
Strike
야, 근데 저거는 왜
Longoria is not happy.
아웃이지?
Well, neither offense is real happy today with Living Sparks
타일러 마그로.
strike zone. I mean, that definitely is below the zone, but Alex
아,
Cobb
근데
is
저게
benefited from
구위가
some pitches off the plate as well.
스트라이크 존에서 내려오는 것처럼 보여갖고.
Whenever you're going up there swinging the bat, you gotta protect with 2 strikes today.
Well, so far in this game, Tyler
저게
Mahle, 5 punch-outs.
찍히기로는 완전 개볼인데 스트라이크 존에서 내려와가지고
Alex Cobb.
2달 전에 수술한 디스크가 아파온다고요?
And 5 of the 6 strikeouts looking.
There you have it.
I think that says something.
So 8 of the 11 strikeouts overall have been on.
아직 모릅니다. 아직 몰라. 아직 설레발들.
All Mally's
네네.
strikeouts have been with 3.
아, 근데 이거 아직도 40분이나 남았네. 아.
Brandon Crawford hit a fly ball to center his first time. In the dirt. 2-0 the count. No hits for the Giants, much less any runs. They trail 1-0.
샘프 이글스도 아니에요. 이글스 요즘 잘 치잖아요.
Singled home Kyle Farmer with a run in the second. That's been the only run of the game as we play the 5th inning now.
그래도 좀 보고 가야죠.
3-0. We've had a lot of 3-2 counts, not so many 3-0s.
No, and Brandon Crawford's been known to swing 3-0.
존조님 안녕하세요.
And based on what we've seen, it may be the best pitch he's going to see in the at bat.
This is the first
픽 좀 주라고요?
strike count that Malley has had. And he did swing, but he didn't get it. And he came after him with a fastball.
You lower that ball, yeah.
아니 왜요 또
That's right in his nitro zone.
잠이 오냐 근데 그거는.
He may not get another fastball the rest of the bat.
와 진짜 좋.
Number 2. To get him after a 3-0 count. The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to your
잠은 올 수도 있죠.
manage game tickets, unlock offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. 2-0, nobody on. The Giants have had only one base runner. That was Jock Peterson, who led off the second.
야, 근데 이거 진짜 너무 심하다.
11 straight Giants have been retired by Tyler Malley. Must be having one of his best games of the year right now.
Red starting pitching's been solid this series.
한 3시 50분까지 보면은 대충 사이즈 나오지 않을까요?
versus the Giants. That's second highest in the major leagues, and the Red starting pitcher as a whole had a 6.67 ERA. That's the highest in Major League Baseball, and the Giants have only scored 1 run now in 16 innings pitched from Red starting pitching. That really does set the tone, and the fact that they've been playing some solid defense. Pitching and defense go hand in hand.
Starting pitching affects the hitting. The hitting affects the pitching. You don't feel the need to go out there and throw a shutout because your offense is hitting the ball well. You go out there and relax and pitch well. You know that your pitcher is going to give you a good solid game, a quality start. You don't have to go out there and worry about scoring 8 or 9 runs to win. You can relax, you score your runs, you win. So
야네들은 그래 그 몸에라도 좀 맞아라. 야 근데 이거는 대가리 맞을 뻔했네.
So Jairo Estrada, one got away from Tyler Malley, and Estrada will go to first.
아 그쵸. 비기닝 2번이면 됩니다. 샌프란시스코가.
One of the pieces is on his hand where he just got hit. I think it got the armor. I mean, it was there. You see that little arm? Oh,
야, 저거 좀 아프겠다.
Still hurts, right? Even if you have something on there.
100%.
Just hurts a little less.
With 2 down, the Giants get their first base runner since the second inning.
좀 아프겠어.
Jock Peterson led off the second with a walk, but never got past first base. Now Estrada is a guy who can steal a base.
몸타 3개만 가자.
And Barry, you stole a lot of bases in your career. If you're the manager, are you sending Jairo here? He's the possible tying run.
Well, I'm certainly trying to be a little more aggressive. This offense has been stagnant.
379
차라리 얘라도 타치고 나갔으면 좋겠어요. 타순이라도 1, 2, 3하게. 저 9번 진짜 바트 저 심슨 아들 전마가 진짜 개식물인데 저 바트 좀 그냥 혼자 뒤지게 제발 너 출루해라. 볼넷이라도 나가 제발.
Giants will bunt, and one thing they've told their hitters is if you feel your chances of getting a hit against that particular pitcher on that day are not that good, well, don't be afraid to lay down a bunt.
That's smart.
And he's laid down a few. The Giants, and I haven't seen the latest stats on it. At one point had about 9 bunt hits, leading the majors in that category. That's hit high and foul, well down the right field line into the second deck. Now it's 1-2. Gonzalez, who was born in Mexico, but his family moved to Tucson, Arizona when he was 9 years old. And he spoke no English. Went to the public schools, and it was not easy for him to assimilate, but the place where he did
보여줘 멕시코인.
was playing sports, where he felt at home as he was trying to learn the language.
제크레인키요?
Back to the bag.
그 5월에 좀 많이 안 좋습니다. 그 한번
There is a universal language
콜로라도
in baseball, that's
전에서
for sure.
시계 맞아가지고
I've had an opportunity to travel different countries and work with players and part of developmental programs, and everyone
그리고
understands the
정경기에
language of baseball.
애리조나한테도 좀 시계 맞았습니다.
Way inside that time. 2-2.
여기서 곤잘레스 기어 나가고 바트 3런. 제발 심슨 아들 바트 3런 좀요. 하고
He was almost 5 feet off the bag before he delivered the pitch. Wouldn't you, as a base runner, be able to get a better jump if that's the case?
Yes, that's the answer.
아니에요. 첫 출루 몸타 아닙니다. 저희 샌프란시스코 무시하는 발언 멈춰주세요. 그 전에 1회에 작 피더슨이 2회에 볼넷으로 나갔습니다. 두 번째 출루예요, 무려.
Good take by Gonzalez. I mean, you have to protect with 2 strikes today. Libbensbarger's had a pretty wide zone, especially away from
무려 두 번째 출루입니다.
away from right-handers, but
여기서 세 번째 출루가 나올 것 같아요, 근데.
Votto has vacated first base. Estrada will be running. There he goes. Struck him out. That splitter has been
아니 씨발, 야, 니
6 strikeouts in 5
스트라이크 존에서 내려오는 것도 아니고 애초에 무릎 높이로 오던 게 땅에 꼽히는 건데 그걸 휘둘르냐. 병신 같은 새끼. 야, 너무 못한다 진짜. 이거 그 다음에 또 6회 초 시작이 저 게식물 심슨 아들 바트부터잖아요. 아, 정말 개 못하는데 진짜 게식물인데 바트. 그 일단은 원아웃하고 시작일 거고, 라스텔라도 오늘 하는 꼬라지가 아웃당할 것 같고, 그 다음에 야스렘스키가 2루타 치고 나가고 플로레스가 삼진 당하고, 딱 씨발 또 이 그림이네. 아니 뭘 또 털보가 손땡경기랑. 애초에 말씀드렸잖아요. 요거는 그 주요 그게 아니고 그냥 방송 재미를 위해서. 네네, 방송 재미를 위해서 좀 약간 보자는 그런 취지에서 했는데 또 막 죽일 듯이 달겨 드세요. 아직 1조합 시작도 안 했습니다. 1조합 시작한 다음에 죽여주세요. 6이닝 점수 낼 것 같냐고요? 6이닝 초에 이제 샌프란시스코 공격이 또 바트부터예요. 못 낼 것 같습니다. 바트 게식물이거든요 진짜. 아 진짜 개재미없어. 저 이거 2시 40분까지 심심해가지고 틀어놓은 건데 더 스트레스만 받고 재미도 없고 개 짜증나요. 차라리 막 신시내티가 타격전 해가지고 좀 야 보는데 재밌기라도 하다 이러면 모르겠는데, 이건 그냥 경기가 뭐 말도 안 되는 땅볼에. 아 죄송합니다. 식물은 그래도 우리를 위해서 이산화탄소를 빨아들이고 산소를 배출해 주는데 저놈들은 이산화탄소만 뿜어내죠. 식물님들 제가 죄송합니다. 눈정아요. 눈정할 필요가 있긴 합니다. 진짜 눈 썩는다. 저 이산화탄소만 뿜어내는 식물들한테 농락당하고 있는 모습이 너무 비참하네요 진짜. 야 근데 코비랑 마을을 그냥 디그롬 뭐 제로투는 맴지님 제로투는요 있어요 그런 게. 야 차라리 신시내티가 한 3점 내라. 그래야지 내가 봤을 때 오버가 답이 있다. 신시내티가 한 3점 내고 아니 이거 그 6회에 비기닝 나는 거 하나밖에 없습니다. 일단은 바트 저 식물이 그냥 대가리 들이밀고 공 맞고 나가야 돼요. 진짜. 네, 풍선껌이요. 씹는 담배도 있는데 씹는 담배는 제가 알기로는 요즘 그 못하게 하는 걸로 아는데 진짜 껌입니다 저거. 신시는 왜 이렇게 출연하는 거냐고요? 아니, 차라리 신시내티가 여기서 투런 까가지고 좀 위압감을 줘야 돼요. 샌프란시스코 저 식물들한테. 지금 이대로 1대0으로 끝나가면요 지금 샌프란시스코 애들은 에이 씨발 야 우리 아무리 그래도 마을하고 신시내티 불펜한테 우리가 1점 못 뽑겠냐? 지금 이런 아니라는 생각을 갖고 있는 것 같아요. 그럼 아니라는 생각을 갖고 있으니까. 아니 자꾸 왜 제 제로투를 그렇게. 그 고래밤님 제로투 보고 싶으신가요 혹시? 한 3대1로 신시승할 것 같다고요? 좀 약간 이 위기의식을 느끼게 해줘야 돼요. 제 옷이 어때서요? 앞치마 왔습니다. 에이프런이라 그러죠? 그 알몸 앞치마. 그 약간 여러분들의 와이프다 이런 그런 거예요. 스팸 흔들리는 게 취향이. 야, 저걸 병사를. 진짜 미치겠네 이 새끼들 진짜 뭐하냐? 아. 진짜 말이 안 나온다. 진짜. 아 그나마야 그래도 오늘 경기 중에서 제일 재밌었습니다 그냥. 아 제일 재밌었어 이 장면이. 진짜 제일 웃겼어요 방금. 아니 자꾸 왜 제 제로투를 그 제로투 보고 싶으시면요 고래밤님 그 뭐야 어디 있어? 아니면은 두 명만 저한테 카톡 연락 주셔갖고 가입만 하셔도 10,000원 상당의 베팅 가능한 프로모션 혜택 지급 가능한 그거라도 좀 가입이라도 해주세요. 그러면은 제가 털보방도 들어오고 하시면은 또 제로투 출 마음이 생기겠죠. 지금 저거 보면은 쭉쭉 처져가지고 지금 죽고 싶어요. 얼굴도 지금 파묻혔죠.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란
야 어제 식물도 저런 식물들이 다 있냐. 진짜 너무하다 니네.
행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you
뭐라고요
see?
존조님?
자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐.
8.5오버 추천표요? 8.5오버가 어디 있죠?
소리라도 잡을까 봄에 안겨볼까 Whatever your lovely way I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. I know 뭐라고 있는지.
지금 저희가 얼마나 답이 없는 상황인지 제가 잠깐 보고 오겠습니다. 어디 얼마나 답이 없는 상황인가. 야 무슨 초고부터 그냥 저 바트 식물 새끼 저거 머리 뜨겁다. 샘프 지금 4.5 언더가 1.83으로 정배네요. 제가 지금 저희 상황이 어떠한지 한번 보고 왔는데 샘프 실시간 4.5 언더가 1.83 4.5 오버가 1.9로 역배예요. 어떻게 저럴 수가 있냐. 샌프란시스코 부상이 많다고요? 아니에요 존조님. 충격적인 사실은요 저거 거의 풀멤버입니다. 끼케봐야 벨트 웨이드 빠진 건데 웨이드랑 라스텔라랑 타격이 그렇게 많이 차이가 나지 않아요. 그러면은 끼케봐야 벨트 정도라는 건데 벨트도 막 그렇게 뭐 스토리나 보가치나 JD 마르티네즈 이 정도의 파급력이 있지는 않습니다. 네, 그냥 이 새끼들 실력이에요 지금. 개만하네 갑자기. 죽고 싶다. 제발요. 야 이거 쪽팔려가지고 니네 그래도 좀 뭐라도 좀 해봐라. 그래도 출루 좋습니다. 출루 좋아요. 한 점도 안 걸치도. 이제 여기서 비기닝의 서막? 제가 아까 딱 말씀드린 거 있잖아요. 바트 저 새끼만 이 대가리 쳐맞고 그냥 기어 나갔으면은 진짜 비기닝의 서막이었는데 바트 새끼 쳐뒤져가지고. 야스 레무스키 제발요. 여기서 그치, 여기서 만약에 무사 말루 가고 딱 안타 하나로 말 내려버리고 그 다음에 올라온 신시내티 노다 불펜을 상대로 대량 득점 뽑아준다면은 가능합니다. 여기서 8점 내면 된다. 타자 1순 가보자. 오, 지금 마을 흔들리고 있어요. 흔들리는 마운드에서 볼넷 좀요. 타격으로는 안 될 것 같다. 그냥 볼넷으로 계속 득점 가자. 오! 오, 마을 지금 아예 제구가 안 되고 있습니다. 인터스텔라 오열이요? 오! 마을이 무너지기 시작했어요, 혼자. 제발 플로레스가 안타 하나 치면은 딱 마을 내려가고 좋을 것 같습니다. 아, 이제 불펜 준비하네. 야, 플로레스 치고 그 다음에 볼넷으로 하나 더 내보내면 되겠다. 옛날에 플로레스 말고 플로워스라고 진짜 식물 있었는데, 꽃. 그 양반은 지금 야구 관두고 뭐하고 계실라나? 어디 뭐 정육점 가서 알바하고 계실라나? 와, 진짜 병살이냐 설마 이거? 병살은 아니네요. 그냥 그 뭐야, 이루수가 그냥 그 자리에 서서 받았어요. 개쓰레기 같은 놈.
Here in Redsland, guys pitched exceptionally well, and there it is. No hits, 1 run.
That was Hunter Green started.
That was Hunter Green.
와, 근데 방금 중계에서 살짝 보여줬는데 피츠버그가 신시내티 상대로 안타 하나 없이 이긴 경기가 있네요. 개웃기네. 안타 하나 없이 1점 내서. 하긴 뭐 무안타 승리가 불가능하진 않지.
Joe does look it up.
Where's Joe look up? Where's he hanging out today?
I want to travel with him. Joe, look this up.
근데 여기서 작 피더슨이 3런을 깐다면?
I thought you had to go to Google for that.
That's a second name over there, Google.
피더슨 지금 눈매가 예사롭지가 않습니다.
Two men on. Reds in the overshift for Jock. And back out of play. Fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike.
개웃기던데요 그거?
Jock Peterson hit the 3 homers and knocked in 8 runs Tuesday against the Mets.
아니 뭐 솔직히 안 되리라는 법은 없는데 그렇게 되기가 힘들지.
Anybody who did that was probably the greatest game of their career. The next day he started a game against a left-handed pitcher.
이현님,
That never happens.
신시내티 가셨나요 혹시?
Not start him. He had 3 homers, 8 RBIs, and he hit a home run his first at bat against a left-hander. The next day. This is a guy who one year hit 36 home runs for the Dodgers, none against left-handers in one season.
야,
1-2 inning.
언더 같다고요? 오늘은 좀 편안해 보이시네요. 평소에 마지막 깁스에 찍고 계셨는데 항상.
He's pretty quick middle in, but it's quicker down more belt high. If you get above the belt with Jock, tougher for him to catch up to that pitch.
야, 여기서도
great execution by Malley here.
득점 못 내주면은 여자친구요?
It's kind of his first
없습니다.
high-stress inning.
제 여자친구는 여러분들이에요.
This year he's really struggled. Runners in scoring position, hitters are hitting 319 and slugging almost 600.
저 트리플 A님이 제 여자친구입니다.
Estella at second, Yaz at first, and he went higher still, and at 96 with that one.
Saving some. He had a little extra in the tank. He started out the game 91, 92.
맞습니다. 오늘도 그 제이님이라고
That's that adrenaline of knowing
저보고
you're out
막
in the game,
섹시하다고 난리도 아니었어요.
right?
진짜로.
Got something special
듀고.
happening. Adrenaline starts to kick up a notch.
Drury.
와, 착피더스.
40 feet out into the outfield in the overshift for the Reds. There's nobody.
아니 근데 듀 공이에요. 듀 곤이에요.
2 down, 2 on, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Struck him out. A foul chip into the glove of Garcia. And that's 6 no-hit innings for Tyler Mahle. Top of the order coming
와,
up
진짜
in the last
개못한다.
of the 6th. And it is 1-0. Cincinnati leading with
JH 형님
Senzel,
들어가세요.
Stevenson coming up.
싱싱 불어라 시원하게 불어라 빅리그 데뷔 첫해 걸어다니는 선풍기 신
진짜 미친놈이에요. 아, 왜 착피더슨 진짜 잘했는데 저 왜 갑자기 마트에 갔냐 쟤. 말 못 믿어 목 들어간 흑두루미 털보요? 괜찮아요. 어차피 요거는 재물에 불과하거든요. 이제 진짜 경기는 이제 앞으로 시작합니다. 아, 개웃기네. 저는 뭐 좀 주워 먹을 거 없나? 주워 먹을 거 없나 갔다 오겠습니다. 아, 또 태환님 왜 그러세요? 같은 선글라스 쓰고 있다고 저를 작피더슨이랑 착각하지 말아주세요, 진짜. 저 좀 억울하네요, 저는. 오늘 추천픽을 걸었다고요? 내가 샌프란시스코를 안 갔는데? 아, 여기 맨 위에 있던 요거 샌프란시스코 요거? 샌프란시스코 승은 아직 모르죠. 아, 오버를 갔다고요? 아니 근데 제가 누누이 말씀드리는 건데 여기 오른쪽 위에 있는 거 저거는 그냥 초안에 불과합니다. 이거 안 보이네. 여기 보시면 이렇게 따로 나갑니다. 아유, 저거 다 묶어서 못 가죠. 저 세 폴더 한 조합, 두 폴더 한 조합 갔습니다. 세 폴더 한 조합, 두 폴더 한 조합. 뭐 갔다 온 사이 변함없이 식물놀이 하고 있네요.
He says to me, how did it feel? I felt great, Skip. How the shoes feel? I was like I was walking on air. And how the bat feel? It was great. Good. Give him back. What? Give him back.
You just used your MasterCard. That's magnificent.
Sterling K. Brown?
When you use your MasterCard to tap in store for dining, MasterCard will donate 1 cent up to $5 million to Stand Up to Cancer. Together, we can start something priceless.
So here is Tyler Stevenson after the walk to Naquin. 1 out, 1 on. The Reds leading the Giants 1-0. Last of the 6th inning. I'm John Miller, and a pretty cool story. Barry Larkin meeting his idol, who is also his manager, as Longoria with a leaping catch, grabbing that laser beam off the bat of Tyler Stevenson.
Longo climbed the ladder right there. I thought that ball was easily over his head. But the veteran showing the ability to get up off the ground.
Yeah, I still got some hops. That's what he's saying right now as he goes by Crawford. I can still get up for an old guy.
That's a big play because that ball's rattling around that corner in left field, and Naquin on first base can run.
At worst or at best, I mean, at least at second, third with 1 out. Maybe even scores.
98 miles an hour off the bat of Tyler Stevenson. If you're going to be a good third baseman, you have to have quick reactions. That's what they always say.
You do. But anyway, Pete, after the game, he takes the bat. He asked me about the bat and those gloves, or the shoes, and he says, give them back. Well, he knew good and well that after that game, had he not asked for those shoes and bat, he wasn't going to get them back. They were going to go home. I'd probably pull it out like years later and say, hey, Skip, can you sign these for me? But nope.
Well, it had to be a thrill. And you got into a game, and your first at bat, you knocked
안 되겠다. 출출하다. 저 치킨 한 마리만 좀 시키겠습니다.
We were playing San Francisco.
Who'd you face? Remember?
I'm not sure who the pitcher was. I think it might have been Adley Hammaker. Adley Hammaker at the time, and
left-hander.
I remember Jose Uribe as shortstop.
So you hit the ground ball.
I grounded out to him. Yep.
That was the fans used to have a chant at Candlestick.
Ooh. Yes.
Uribe. He was a really good shortstop. Left center field. That's into the gap to the 379 marker. Naquin waved home. Crawford's throw. Too late. A double for Joey Votto and a run batted in. 2-0 Reds.
Well, we mentioned the line drive at third base. Longoria making the play, putting runners in scoring position. Well, that didn't happen, but this certainly did. I think a mistake right there by Cobb, allowing Joey Votto to extend his arms, perfectly placed between the two outfielders and Naquin. I mentioned the fact that he can run, scoring easily from first base.
Yeah, with 2 outs, he's definitely on the move. He's not even waiting to see if the ball's caught. He's going to go, so he's definitely going to score there, and that was a mistake by Cobb. He hasn't missed up in the zone very often today, but that definitely was a fastball that he missed up with. Joey did a good job of getting on top of that ball and serving it the other way.
And Joey, as you see Andrew Bailey, the Giants pitching coach, out there to visit with Cobb. Joey Votto, who's had a brilliant career. 415 lifetime on base percentage, a 300 lifetime batting average, 333 home runs since breaking in back in September of '07. #1 all time for the Reds in on base percentage, 6th in hits, 3rd in doubles, 2nd in home runs. Johnny Bench is #1 on that list.
Well, Joey has had a great career here in Cincinnati, and I think he has another year on his contract. It'd be interesting to see what happens with him. And he's struggled. He has struggled this year, but recently he's come up with some big hits.
And he works hard. He definitely works hard. He's been very influential in the clubhouse. He does a lot of stuff in the community here in Cincinnati. He's been a great role model for many people here in the city.
Has he led on to how long he wants to play after this contract's up, or
doesn't really speak much about that? He talks about being in the moment.
Yeah. He'll be 39 after his contract is. He's 38 right now. He's got 1 year left, so he'll be 39. We've seen some guys play into their 40s. Nelson Cruz, Pujols, you. It's less common nowadays.
Drury, the homer and RBI leader for the Reds. By the way, I think maybe that started to happen a little more often. One of the things that's been missing for Votto, he's not done well against fastballs. Just not getting around. You start worrying, I guess, when a guy's 38, 39. But that was a fastball from Cobb.
But it was also out over the plate and allowed Joey to get to it easily. As we said, it was a mistake. I know as an aging player myself, I struggled with velocity, but the velocity was in close to me. Had to cheat to get to the ball in. The fastball away, I felt like I could just get to it easy because I had space to get to it. And that's, I think, that was the mistake I was referring to on Cobb with that. When the ball's away, if you got that downward plane, that's fine. But that ball was elevated, as SC pointed out, and that very easily you just get the bat head to it. Reggie Jackson used to tell me all you got to do when the pitcher elevates the ball is just touch it.
Just touch it and it'll go?
Just touch it and it'll go. And that's exactly what just happened.
I worked some games with Reggie. He used to say, throw it fence high, hit it over the fence. Down on strikes, Brandon Drury, but the Reds get another big run. And now Joey Votto, with this RBI double, has made it a 2-0 Reds lead. And the Giants heading into the late innings with Longoria and then Brandon Crawford coming up.
You can see the head bobbling.
As it does. You know, that's why they call it.
Yeah, hence the name.
Look out.
2-2. Crowd getting a little fired up here. There's no intent to this, and this one just sailed away from him a little bit.
Sends it in the air to deep center field. Zokor going back at the wall. Leaps up, can't make the catch, and a home run for Rivas.
The kid from San Diego bumps one out to straightaway center.
That first shot is eerily reminiscent of our pregame production meetings. That's how our producer Gretchen Caney talks to us to make sure that we stay in line for the broadcast.
Yes, exactly.
Is it deep enough? It's not, but it'll bounce over the wall. It's an automatic double for Cedric Mullins. And how about Mom? High fives for Mom every day. Today on Mother's Day.
See, now it's bobbling side to side.
Oh, so it goes both ways.
Yeah.
You want full bobble coverage up and down.
Hey, Manny,
it's like pitching.
Hey, Manny, are you the best third baseman in baseball? How about all the other guys?
Not scored. They haven't had a hit yet. And by the way, the last time that anybody pitched a no-hitter against the Giants, it was right here in Cincinnati. Homer Bailey, 2013, July the 2nd of that year. There were a lot of years where the Giants could not win a game in this ballpark, except that one October when they won 3 in a row in the division series, trailing 2 games to none. And that was one of the great shocks of all time, even to the Giants, because they couldn't win here. They had not won here in years.
Well, they certainly in the postseason, they certainly roared back. We thought in Cincinnati we had them right where we wanted them. Well, not so much the case.
Up 2-0. What year are we talking about? 2012?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they won 3 in a row here.
Yeah. Buster had the big homer against Latos.
So, guys, can we turn the page on that?
We got to talk about something positive with the Giants because they haven't done much offensively in this series.
And they faced Homer Bailey in game.
I feel like you guys are kind of piling on right now.
And they had one hit going to the 10th inning of that game 3, and they still won. Longoria down on strikes, and Malley still has it going on, although the bullpen will be ready if needed, as he's closing in on 100 pitches thrown for this game.
So this is the best that we've seen him throw here in Cincinnati, and SDU mentioned him with the ability to a little more in the gas tank to be able to throw that fastball up in the zone.
Yeah, he's taken it up a notch here the last couple innings with the fastball velocity. He hasn't thrown a ton of fastballs today. He's thrown about 50% normally. Today he's down to 37% fastballs, throwing more splits and sliders for sure. But now he's starting to use that fastball a little bit more third time through the order.
Brandon Crawford has flied out to center, grounded out to second. 2-0. The Reds are leading. Tyler Malley.
Malley's at 99 pitches right now. His last 4 starts, he's thrown over 100 pitches in all 4 starts. He's 106, 102, 105, 103. So you'd have to think that when he starts to get around that number, David Bell's got to start thinking about the bullpen.
I think certainly that is the case. However, I think you look at kind of the aggregate, the amount of work that he's had, how many stressful innings he's had in this particular game, and there haven't been many. So him being a veteran pitcher on your team, going to give him the opportunity hopefully to go as deep as he possibly can regardless of the pitch count, just because of his ability to kind of dominate so far on the mound.
Yeah, you'd hope so, right? I mean, that's
well, Hunter Green carried a no-hitter in the 8th inning against the Pirates recently.
뭐하냐?
And he ended up throwing about 118 pitches in that one.
He did. I think him being a little bit different, being such a young player, but Malley's been around for a while. Your veteran presence.
Yeah, Crawford trying to go upper tank right there. 3-1 count, gets a fastball, swings right through it. Another 3-2 count.
That will stay in the yard on the warning track. Out number 2. Some anxious moments there for Reds fans, but Tyler Naquin seemed to have that one in the zone all the way.
And that's the spot where Crawford likes the fastball, down and in. Just gets underneath that ball right there, just misses it. Looks like it hits just down the end of the bat, just enough. But in this ballpark, any ball in the air you feel like has a chance to get out of here. Hasn't played as small as it probably will in about a month. Weather hasn't been too hot. Today's definitely the warmest day of the series.
Well, that's about the best hit ball the Giants have had today. Now into the gap, right center. Nobody's going to catch this one. And
자, 첫 안타인가?
the Giants' first hit of the game. Guy double. Estrada got hit by a pitch his last time up, and so the no-hitter evaporates there. But a nice ovation for the fans here, appreciating the great performance from Tyler Malley so far today.
Yeah, well, I think everyone in Redsland has seen his ability, but he had really not been able to go out and dominate as he did in this game, and certainly a great round of applause from the fans. And here comes David Bell.
So Tyro Estrada with the double, the Giants' first hit, and the ball is taken from Tyler Malley by David Bell, and Joey Votto walked all the way to the foul line with Malley, giving him some, I think, some cheerful words, applauding his efforts. as are the fans here at the Great American Ballpark. One of his best games.
Yeah, he pitched exceptionally well, and SD once again, he felt like he was pretty much in control the entire game.
The Reds go to the bullpen. 2-0 Cincinnati. A runner at second. 2 down. And Hunter Strickland coming in.
There's something about a park. The swings, the slides, the dogs. You can throw your food and wear it proudly. It's where
콜로 홈런 나이스 샷. 좋아요, 좋아요.
it doesn't always work out.
So, you in?
아, 제발 먹어보자. 노이트 투수 내려갔다. 안타 한 대 맞고 내려갔습니다.
Wander out on a ground ball. His first time back in the lineup tonight. The pitch swung on. Drive hit high deep to left center. That baby is gone. Home run for Franco. Wander Franco back in the Rays lineup. Up courts on a 2-0 pitch. And the Rays have a 3-0 lead.
Blue Jays have won 11 straight with Alex Manoah taking the hill.
Works from the stretch. And a slider down low that Vasquez chases 2 down. Swing and a miss to get him. Now the 3-2. And he got him. Swung through a fastball up and away. 4 strikeouts now, including each of the last 3 batters. He got him. So 4 consecutive strikeouts now for Manoah.
Righty with Andrew Vaughn. And Andrew loads up and skies it. Deep to left.
일단 시작이 좋아요. 시작이 좋아.
Andrew Vaughn greets Barlow with a moonshot. And the Sox take a 3-run lead.
2 outs and nobody on when Danny Mendick fisted one into left field. Tim comes up with a base hit and Andrew Vaughn unloads. 4th home run of the year. He's driven in 4 today, including that 3-run bomb.
Late in the game, a veteran presence.
Luis Gonzalez with the runner at second, 2 down. He started him with the breaking ball. 0-1. He's a hard thrower.
And he's been in many situations like this, and David Bell likes to use him, as I said, in these high leverage situations. And this is a pivotal part of the game, obviously.
Fastball away at 97 miles an hour, which when he first came up to the Giants in 2014, that's about the kind of stuff he was showing then. 8 years ago. There were times where he was a setup man, times where he was a closer for the Giants.
가보자.
Experience a lot. Right by him. 96 miles an hour the 3rd straight time Gonzalez has struck out. Estrada gets the first.
아니 근데 리드오프 홈런 치고 나서 뭐하냐? 샘프 꺼버릴까요? 마이애미 경기나 볼까요 차라리? 마이애미 경기 보면서 애틀란타 사망하는 거나 보시죠. 야, 근데 이거 경기가 좀 답답하다 벌써. 저요? 요거 대충 보다가 사이즈 나오면은 예를 들어서 워싱턴이 갑자기 막 8대1 이렇게 이기고 있으면 볼 필요가 없죠. 지금 치킨 시켰어요. 이거 무조건 오랫동안 볼 거라는 마인드로 치킨을 시켰습니다. 치킨 먹으면서 야구나 봐야지. 왜 치킨 다 먹고 바로 방종을 해요? 이제 시작인데. 치킨 다 먹고 다 한 5대0으로 이기고 있으면 방종해야죠. 맹수보리 아리님 어서오세요. 맹보아 맹보아 맹보아.
맹수보리아리님 추천 감사합니다.
맹수보리 아리님 추천 감사합니다. 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 와 진짜 아니 클리블랜드 뭐하냐. 뭐 로드리게스한테 설마 진짜 맥켄지가 털리나? 아니겠지? 추천 좀 눌러주세요 다들.
대추크렌용 크보로보님님 추천 감사합니다.
아 추천 감사합니다. 아 가보자 이대로. 뭐야? 왜 한글이 안 써져? 안녕하세요. 메얼프리님, 저 1조합이 보스턴 승, 콜로라도 승, 클리블랜드 승입니다. 오늘 조합 딱 2개 갔어요. 그니까요. 아, 이거 저희 멤버십 방이 있는데요. 털보방 카톡 털보방에 제가 매일 조합픽 드리고 있습니다. 야, 근데 이거 꼬롬하다. 자유땅. 하필 한국어 중계는 뉴욕 양키스냐 또. 아.
20th start there, Luke Mailey catching Tristan McKenzie for the 5th time this season. Miles Straw has 8 assists. The Tigers did run on him yesterday, but he has 8 assists. That is the most of any center fielder in the major leagues. Here's Jonathan Scope.
Taking all the way. He's hitting .323, right-handed. 8 hits against the Dodgers and the Rockies.
아, 자유땅 뭐하냐?
Have their leadoff man aboard. Are they up to their first inning tricks again?
Let's check out the pitch arsenal for Kyle Freeland. That slider, well, it's a little bit more of a cutter than it is slider. 4-seamer and curveball, sinker, changeup. He's got them all, but again, if you see him out over the plate and up, you're gonna have.
꼬마모님 안녕하세요. 3시 30분 엔트리 보신 거예요? 라고 하시는데 무슨 엔트리요?
Righties can't chase in.
And lately for Lane Thomas, it's a matter of contact. He's going to have to hustle the first and no throw. McMahon to Rogers on a slow bouncer. 5-4 on the fielder's choice.
Let's check out the Rockies defense behind Kyle Freeland today. Hilliard, Daza.
아이고 뭐야?
In the outfield, Daza's got the best arm. The biggest arm is Hilliard, but the best arm as far as accuracy is Daza, McMahon, Iglesias, Rogers and Crone on the right side, Diaz behind the plate.
So this could be interesting. Kyle Freeland giving up a .315 batting average to lefties this year, but career Juan Soto 1 for 11 against him.
아, 제가 지금 여기 3시 10분 거에다가 다 적어놓은 거 저거 말씀하시는 건가요?
Nats did not face Kyle in the
저거는 요 위에 적혀 있는 거는요. 9시 제가 생방송 할 때 분석 방송 할 때 그때 확인한 겁니다. 제가 간 픽은 요거에 의거해서 조합은 또 따로 갑니다. 뭐 라인업 필요하신 거 있으시면은 제가 확인해 드릴게요. 뭐 봐드릴까요? 아, 그냥 요게 라인업 보고 간 건가? 요거 9시에 분석 방송 할 때 적어 놓은 겁니다.
Today's the 29th of May. A lot more than anybody else and 10 in this series. Flat-footed throw and Lane Thomas back in plenty of time.
The jerk move.
Yeah.
그냥 그 컵스 프레는 괜찮아 보입니다. 아직도 컵스 프레는 괜찮아 보이고. 야, 자유땅. 바로 쳐맞네. 쓰레기 같은 놈. 뜨겁다.
Little skip as he greets Gary DiSarcina. And the Nats have struck in their first inning again, Franny.
Cutter down and away, and this is outer third, closer to the black.
아, 자유땅 진짜 개 패고 싶네. 경기 또 시작부터 어렵게 가네. 아 씨.
He's back over 800 OPS. He went under it for, well, 2 pitches.
쟤네 더블헤더 그 2차전 말고는 다 오버 났을걸요? 그것도 초반에 막. 아, 하필 소토한테 저게 얻어 걸려갖고 씨. 아니 근데 저게 자땅이가 공을 못 던진 게 아닙니다. 저 어떻게 저 바깥쪽 공 저거를 홈런을 만드냐? 소토 저 새끼가 잘 친 건데 저건 진짜. 제가 지금 자땅이 경기 보고 있거든요. 근데 저거는 자땅이도 억울할 만해요. 바깥쪽으로 공을 뺐는데 그걸 넘겼어요. 그냥 미친놈이에요 저거.
Again, it's a cutter, slider. Most with the organization, with the Rockies, say it's a cutter. He was just thinking about it, and just seeing him hit to red seats to me. Wow.
RBI total up to 16.
30 and 31 of the month.
2 days left. So the tote board keeps on going up for the Nats. 31 in the month now. Josh Bell right-handed, down to 250.
아니 근데 자땅, 야 자땅아 니 뭐하냐?
Who just gave up his 5th homer of the year in inning number.
야 이거 3볼이면은.
He's fallen behind 3-0 on 2 hitters and 2-0 on another.
아니 소토는 그렇다 쳐도. 야 근데 방금 3볼에서 진짜 공 그냥 개 한가운데였거든요. 89마일에 직구. 야 그 쳤으면은 씨바 넘어갈 뻔했네. 야 그러지 마. 왜 89마일에 직구를 자꾸 가운데에 꼽아. 그런 거 맞지.
Set up the changeups down and away.
Josh Bell does well to make contact with that down and in.
아 그러니까 처음에 씨발 좀 카운트 좀 유리하게 갔으면은 그냥 체인지업이면 바로 헛스윙인데.
Especially against lefty, just destroying fastballs. But changeup has not been something they like.
Wow, what a pick.
야. 방금 거의 선상 타고 가서 2루타 3루타 될 뻔한 거 잡아냈습니다. 그거를 3루수가 건져냈어요. 고맙다. 야 3루수 수비 봐서라도 이제 빨리 좀 역전하자. 믿어 의심치 않을게. 뭔 소리예요. 선발 내려가면 경기 터져요. 진짜 끔찍한 얘기 좀 하지 마세요. 저분 오늘 내 일주업 따라왔다면서 안 따라왔나봐. 지금 선발 내려가면 게임 터집니다 그냥. 아 여기서 동점만 만들어보자. 역전까지는 안 바랄게. 믿어 의심치 않는다. 믿어 의심치 않는다. 아 지금 치킨 시켰는데 구라가 아니고 입맛이 싹 사라졌어요 진짜. 먹고 싶지가 않아요. 입맛이 사라졌어요 갑자기. 아.
Josiah Gray now 21 pitches, 13 strikes in the first. Brando Grichuk first up for Colorado. In there with the fastball to get ahead. Grichuk 0 for 2, both strikeouts against Josiah.
아 임마도 공 안 좋은데 그레이도.
Nice little answer back by the Nationals offense right there. Josiah, got to get him back in.
왜 줬대요?
That's pretty straight away all around. Cesar up the middle a bit.
아이 그냥 같이 경기 보다가 푸근해지면은 자러 가세요.
Wow, straight line. Catcher, pitcher, right out to.
화가 나서 잠이 더 안 온다고요? 야 근데 저거 얘 공 칠만한데 일단은 유땅이보다 자유땅보다 구속이 훨씬 잘 나옵니다 그레이가. 저 쳐맞고 뒤져라 제발. 와 씨발 이게 위아래로 둘이 지랄하니까 멘탈 나가네.
Left side, Michael Franco, a quick move to his left. First ground ball out.
Good pitching right there. Fastball, get the foul off, and then go curveball right on that foul on the front foot. Grichuk. Nice little pitch and catch over there by Michael Franco.
Here's Brendan Rodgers, who keeps his hitting streak alive every day. Going like 1 for 4 against the
컵스 프렌이요?
but he has a 15.
왜요? 컵스 프렌 되게 괜찮아 보이는데 저는.
3 for 12 in this series. And then the slider, not hittable to start his AP.
50% swing in first pitch against right-handers, so he stays right on point with them right here, and that, what do? You throw your slider.
This one out to left center.
아 이거는
Victor Robles reading it. Onto the track.
조금 아까웠다. 치킨이나 먹고 자자고요? 아니에요 아직 1점 차인데 왜 그러세요 다들. 힐리아드가 홈런 쳐줄 거예요. 피바다요? 피바다 5월에 미쳤어요 쟤. 개 잘해요 진짜. 제발 힐리아드야 할 수 있다.
1 for 3 with a walk in the nightcap last night. Opposite field single in the 6th.
힐리아드야 넌 할 수 있다. 너 안타라도 치고 나가야지 미래가 있다.
Or Yowanadone, who along with Patrick Corbin and now Josiah Gray have all made 10 starts.
야, 저 씨. 헛스윙 하는 거 개패고 싶네, 진짜.
Nice little curveball right there. Coming into the game, 1027 OPS against Josiah.
아니, 근데 저 그레이 커브 좆대는데요? 얘 왜 이렇게 두드려 맞았냐, 맨날?
Slow bouncer, right side. Josh Bell with the backhand, right to the bag. And that's a great bounce back inning. A shutdown inning for Josiah Gray. 2 grounders around a fly ball.
처음에 홈런 쳐서 개신났는데 그 얼마 가지를 못하네 그 좋은 감정이.
ground ball. Velasquez throws across. He's got it! Reed Devers throws a no-hitter! Truly incredible, amazing, Mark.
Yeah, knowing the kid, great kid, a battler. What stuff, what a moment, something he will remember the rest of his life.
Slices one deep left center field. Freddie Freeman hits his first home run as a Dodger in his first at-bat against the Braves. How do you like me now? 1-0 Dodgers. Here come the Freddie chants.
First home run of the year in 2022 against the Braves in Dodger Stadium.
Breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more right to your phone. Download the MLB app today.
Yes, and you would see Soto, number 9, one man aboard, bottom of the first. Washington 2, Colorado 1. Here's Michael Franco, who's 1 for 3 against Cal Freeland. And he drops in his version of the get-ahead hook. 18 pitches, 9 strikes for the 29-year-old veteran, first inning. Then the straight change, diving down and away. Freeland 129th career start. 41 and 44 career.
There's that cutter in. I mean, you could just play along with this right here.
저 잠깐 치킨 와가지고 치킨만 받아갖고 오겠습니다.
For Freeland, especially against Mikey. He still doesn't have a hit against lefty changeup yet this year.
Cal Freeland, surprisingly, has had 1 winning season in his career. 17 and 7 back in 18. 11-11 as a rookie the year before that. And Michael leaving the strike zone, but he thought it was close enough to take a whack at it.
Yeah, good spoil pitch right there. Nice job by Michael Franco. I mean, how many guys, look, you're going to have pitchers that are going to be so excited they get drafted, they get to the big leagues, is the best. And it's with the Rockies. How many of those guys do we not really understand and comprehend how good they could have been somewhere else?
Yeah. On the run. Of course, Kyle Freeland grew up in the Denver area, 15 minutes south of Coors Field. I got a question for you. Do we have another big city in this town named Adams? Remember how Matt used to hit him? Well, I'll tell you, Riley hit some towering home runs. That one inside the pole yesterday. He has 3 home runs and 48 at-bats this year out of his 10 hits.
They call him Butter. And he is smooth right there. His head was down so long on that, it took him a little bit to locate where it was.
Skies this one to center. Daza going back with it. Fighting the sun out there. There's just a little bit of cloud cover out there in deep center, or it might have been tougher for him to see it. He hit that ball right around 390.
Love the aggressiveness right there because of where it was. That's a great spot for Riley to go after that ball down and in, but on the plate a lot. Just misses it. Look at that head. Find it? Man, just missed.
Number 8 man, Alcides Escobar. Last 15 ball games. And he hasn't played every day because D. Strange Gordon is getting some PT. But we talked about this. Maybe the competition's good.
And
Escobar 327 over his last 15 games.
And the rest too. You brought that up.
Yeah.
I mean, just he is older.
D. Strange Gordon hitting 280 now with a nice surge on this homestand.
In the 280 and then the thoughts, the pressure that he puts on just by being on base. D. Strange Gordon, he just changes pitchers' mentalities, the coaches' mentalities, and the pickoffs that they call and everything.
Sure. Love the pressure he puts on. Escobar calmly 0-2 takes it right up the middle. What a nice at bat. And he's now 3 for 6 career against Kyle Freeland. And that'll get Victor Robles to the plate, who's had quite a weekend.
We just talk about height all the time when it comes to the off-speed stuff. You leave it up, guys have a chance to stay through it a little bit longer. The outside part of the plate, nice job by LC's Chuck and Duck. That's where he's at his best, when he stays right there up the middle.
And Victor's been okay against Freeland, 2 for 6.
Pitch bunt is in play.
5 hits, 7 RBIs this weekend. He's been hit by a pitch. He has stolen a couple of bases. D. Strange Gordon has stolen 2 bags this series. Nice to see different parts of the offense come alive. The speed game and the power game. Nats collecting a lot as far as extra base hits compared to before this homestand.
The reason why I say the push bunt's still involved is second baseman's pretty straight up, maybe a shade up the middle, but you got the guy covering first. A lot of area to play. All you have to do is get it by the pitcher if he's going to do it.
See how far Freeland falls off after he delivers here. He's working third base side of the rubber. He comes up in pretty good fielding position.
It's wide open to play the right side for a guy that could bunt like him.
Yeah. 2-1. Victor .333 his last 10 games. And he's going to try to drop one up the middle. When you're going well, they fall in, don't they? And Victor Robles is 6 for 13 against the Rockies this weekend. Escobar easily to third base.
I know he's going on contact. Great job by LC's Escobar right there. Great jump. And to use his eyes knowing that he's going to get there all the way. Change up down in the zone. Looking at the numbers and just the repertoire that Kyle Freeland had, Victor Robles against lefties this year. This looks like a good matchup. Dumps one out there. Flips over the lineup. Nicely done.
Big spot, Cesar Hernandez. Walked his first time, led to the 2-run Soto homer. Nasty breaking ball to start him off. And one of the reasons the Nats score early and often lately, this guy.
Oh yeah.
Getting pitchers out of their windup a lot after the first batter faced. It's a little too close. So Cesar checks in 4th in the league.
Pretty good names to be on there with.
Oh yeah.
Used to be all little guys. On top of the, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's incredible to see how it's flipped in the last couple of years.
Robles running. The throw goes through. He beats it. Ball gets away. And here comes Escobar. The Nats with some more speed. Manufacturing a run here to go up 3-1.
A lot of good things on this. Number one, the jump by Victor Robles. Understanding this guy was not going to make a read move.
뭐하냐?
Escobar's not going double steal, but he keeps his eyes on the play. A lot of guys give up on that. He watches it. Boom. It gets away. He goes. Nice job, LC's. Nice job, Victor. Great job all around.
저 송구 빠져가지고.
That ball should have been caught by Rogers. He tried to make the quick tag, and they give him an error,
as they should,
allowing Escobar to score. And now another runner in scoring position. Davies got to be enjoying the heck out of this with these guys.
점수 안 줄 걸 계속 주네.
And using their speed to make things happen.
Not only Davies, but like let's ask the fan. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, we asked for more action, and this team has given you a lot of action of late. Like as far as down in the order with some speed, some bunting, or bunting, whatever
아니 저거
Robles heading for third, and that ball almost.
와
McMahon had to cut across the runner.
아니 포수 저거 왜 저래?
4 stolen bases in this series, and on the year he's 5 for 5.
Huge jump, no one near him. Got to make sure. He would have been saved with a good throw, but that's.
아니 포수가 공을 족같이 던져요 자꾸.
The count's 2-2, by the way. Kind of easy to lose track of the count with all this going on. That ball bounces and Diaz saves another run.
Sometimes as a hitter too, you almost eliminate that pitch right there. And because the runner's at third, you're like, there's no way. But obviously, there's a lot of trust between Freeland and Diaz behind the plate.
3-2 now. That ball was hanging and it was banged foul. Cesar way out ahead.
Yeah, hanging breaking ball right there. You get it's like those cartoons you see in baseball, right?
아 보스턴은 씨발 3점 냈네.
Too early on it. Michael Franco has 14 doubles and Hernandez has 13. Both in the top 8 in the league. And it's a 2-out knock for Cesar Hernandez. Great effort by Hilliard in left. And the Nats have tacked on 2 more to lead 4-1.
Wait till you see where this.
야 힐리아드 쟤는 수비도 안 되고 공격도 안 되고 왜 사냐? 왜 야구를 하냐 너는?
Scoring position hit this year, 5 for 20 now. Change of, I mean, that's not a bad spot. Great job staying on top of that, staying through it. It can hit.
First 2 Nationals were retired in this inning, and very quickly, I might add. 3 consecutive hits, 2 steals, an error. Now Freeland just got a visit from Darryl Scott, his pitching coach.
아, 저 자유땅.
Now it's Lane Thomas who's up there swinging first time. And
자유땅 진짜 불쌍하다.
choice grounded to third.
Bounce that ball to third, but it was a good pitch to go on. Right? I mean, he did it with the breaking ball more up in the zone, out over the plate.
And suddenly having Juan Soto on deck means a whole lot more than it has in a number of days after he's gone deep already today.
Andrew Lane, just because you got out on the first pitch last time doesn't mean
아니에요 아직.
say no. I got it. They're coming after.
왜 그레이가 계속 잘 던질 거라고 생각하십니까? 그레이도 분명 털릴 겁니다.
For any hitter behind Hernandez in front of Soto.
That's a great take. That pitch is inner third. That is not a spot you want to go to right away. Nice job by Lane. Doesn't matter you're 0-1.
Inside out swing on a fly to right. Grichuk. Another great
아니 수비가 너무 한화 수비인데?
base hits and running the bases. Exciting.
그 공격은 그 다음 문제고 수비가 안 됩니다. 수비가. 저거 교촌 허니콤보요.
picks up his third career cycle. How about all three of them coming against the Cincinnati Reds?
야, 근데 진짜 저 힐리아드 전반은 은퇴해야 될 것 같습니다. 타율도 족병신인데 수비도 안 돼. 디아즈가 2점 냈거든요. 디아즈가 2점 줬어요 지금 워싱턴한테. 보수가 만회해라. 최소한 안타는 치고 나가라.
Pointing towards the Nationals dugout, which leaves his arm trailing, preventing him from getting pitches to the glove side and leading to sliders that back up and move into righties instead of maybe a little away from righties or down. This is something that Hickey says could be adjusted through a lot of work in the offseason. But for now, when I asked Hickey how Josiah can work around this, he said a few things. One, he said play the slice, essentially like a golfer who knows his drives will move left to right. Josiah should play to his ball flight. He also said Josiah should throw some more changeups. That's a pitch that he really thinks could be effective for him. But beyond that, in Josiah's last bullpen session, the Nats did have the catcher set up on the line of the left-handed batter's box and have him focus
글블 경기요? 아 이거 경기를 틀어드릴 수는 없습니다. 저작권 때문에.
to keep the ball moving away from righties to have success. It's kind of tailing everything. Fastball sliders into righties, which is getting him in trouble. That pitch there,
아니 그레이
down and a little bit away from a right-handed batter is what Jim Hickey wants to see more of from Josiah.
All right, good stuff, Dan. Thank you. That was okay, Dan. Nice job. Elias Diaz is 1 for 5 against Josiah. Rockies catcher hitting 209 in the 9th spot. Healthy Hackett's 2-2. In the series, 2 hits and RBI.
진짜 샌마업 할 것 같은데? 1점만 더 내면 샌마업이잖아. 맞네. 둘 중에 1점만 되면 8.5에 8.5. JH 형님 기분 좋겠다. 자러 가셨을 텐데.
Escobar, even without the error, would have been at third. No RBI for Escobar, by the way, on that play. You gotta, as a rule, put the bat on the ball to get a ribby unless you get hit or walk with the bases loaded. And Josiah Gray will walk the 209 hitter in front of Charlie Blackmon here in the third.
Yeah, that's a problem right there. A guy like Diaz should be a 3-pitch or less guy for him. I mean, that's a mentality I feel like these pitchers at times need to have.
Yeah. You're not disrespecting the other guy.
Absolutely not.
But you're going after him.
But that is telling you, I'm better than him.
Charlie Blackmon, a home run into the Nats bullpen to start the game.
깜장몬 믿는다. 너밖에 없다 믿을 사람이.
Charlie Blackmon, by the way, 2 home runs away from 200. Yeah. He's had 11 of them against the Nats.
뭐 아까는 뭐 그렇게 뭐라 하시더니 태세전환 바로 해버리시네요. 7723님.
Those takes by Charlie Blackmon right there. He sees Josiah Gray really well. This looks like his foot goes up and down, and it's ball, right, swing. You know, one of those type things. Yeah. Everything works very slow for him.
아니 그레이 전마 아까 그 제구 잘 되던 커브가 이제 안 나오네.
and 17. He had 10 leadoff homers in each season. That is amazing.
설마 굳이 쳐서 병살 그지를 안 하겠지? 볼넷으로 나가자 최소.
And that's well up in the zone to get a strike.
It really got him and George Springer at that time were just destroying balls to begin games. It kind of
저 이거
they were the chain, like they were the
조촌 허니 콤보입니다.
the leadoff guy is going to look like. Not the little, small guy just putting the ball in play. You got Altuve, who's a little small guy who puts the ball out of the yard too. So.
아니 그레이가 아까 초반에 커브 제구가 진짜 잘 됐거든요. 몸쪽 구석으로 찌르면서. 그게 이제 안 돼요. 땅에 꼽힙니다 계속.
Jim Hickey's going to go out and talk to him.
왜 그런지 모르겠는데 계속 저걸로만 승부를 보래.
Being too fine with his pitches, trying to be perfect.
야 이거 지금 요즘에 콜로라도에서 타격감 제일 좋거든요 다자가.
Get that quick inning last inning.
근데 문제는 다자가 뿐만이 아니라
Energy, yeah. And guess what?
다자 다음에 나오는 크론이 또
One pitch away.
Well, from getting 2 outs, or I see where you're going. You are thinking outside the box. Mostly. I think outside the batter's box. You think outside the big box. Yep. Well, let's see how.
제구 안 돼.
Got to be real close, maybe 2 steps at the most from the bag.
Yeah, with Daza running,
that'll be tough. All right.
맞습니다 형제 맞습니다.
Effort will be there. That's would be ecstatic to get 2 here. But Josiah continues to miss. He struck out Daza after the Blackman homer with a slider down and away first time.
interesting to see what happens right here. Is Davey going to call down the bullpen, get something going? Because, again, he got runs with his guys, and he needs his guy to get out there and throw some strikes.
Bullpen's pretty fresh.
제발 다자야 뒤져도 혼자 뒤져야 돼. 진심으로 이거 크론이 3런 해줄 것 같거든.
For 5 1/3 in the first game, and then Finnegan and Cishek for 3 innings in the second game.
와 씨발 다자 병살이면 진짜 죽여버린다. 아 그래 혼자 뒤졌다.
And this ball, not deep to Soto and right, drifting to it, and really not even thinking about.
진짜 믿는다 뽀로로 친구 크론.
Pitch away from being out of the inning, but a big fly ball power guy coming in.
We were talking about Aaron Sanchez before. The human side of it, you just hate to see when guys get designated. You know that there's a lot of moving parts for them. Families who understand it's business. But you also get that human connection. He was, man, his energy every day, ready to go, tense.
Here's C.J. Cron, struck out first time.
샘프 5번 한 것 같은데요? 이거 여기서 1점 내지 않을까 싶은데 아 씨발 크론
Hot shot to third. Franco to Hernandez, and the Nats do go around the horn. They'll settle for 2 on that one. All right, whatever. The Nationals' 36th double play of the year, and what a great bounce back by Josiah Gray on a hot shot to the high corner.
Celebrate Their second ever no-hitter, started by Tyler McGill, finished by Edwin Diaz.
진짜 개 씨발 새끼다 쟤는. 아니 저 새끼 어떻게 홈런을 지금 내셔널 홈런 어떻게 2위죠 저 새끼가? 나 지금 홈런 치는 거 한 번을 못 본 거 같은데.
First home run of the year in 2022 against the
아 화나네.
Dodger Stadium.
He clobbers another one. Deep right field. Back his angle. He's out of room. It's out of here. Naylor's done it again. Yes, indeed. A grand slam in the ninth. A three-run homer with two out in the 11th. Boy, has this guy been just money. Look at him. 8 RBI night.
Anthony, nobody left-handed. Come on.
네 아침에 봐요 차비님.
Juan Soto. Saluted everybody and saying,
이언니.
slider down and away. He stays on it, and that's a swing we've been waiting for.
그 어쩌다 보니까 진짜 이언님은 좀 쉽게 가는 경기가 없네요.
Number 9 RBIs, 15 and 16. So Juan goes, the Nats go early. He's about to lead off. And as Victor Robles goes, the Nats have gone lately too. An amazing weekend for him. So throw out the 1 for 11 Soto was against Kyle Freeland. Very generous strike right there. Target in, way inside 1-1.
And up and in, or up and away to lefties. That's a big miss spot for Junior Valentine. I mean, there's an area where pitchers can kind of go to and locate. He gives it.
근데 저거 9.5잖아요. 9.5. 9.5면 2점 나야 되는데 2.5 힘들 것 같은데.
2-1. Big hop right at the end of the grass there. We've got some
아 화난다.
Nat stats for you. Great rates for those in uniform and those who are not. Insured by NCUA. So only Albert Pujols since the start of the 05 season when the Nats first got here. More than Nelly.
It's a pretty good list. Pretty decent list.
Cruz over 5 career against Freeland, so he's not in Nelly's book yet. 9-game hitting streak, 15 for 33 right now. Nelson Cruz came into this game over 20 games.
완전 개언더 게임을 또 저지랄하고 있으니까 화나서. 여기서 샘프가 중요할 것 같습니다. 여기서 샘프가 한 점이라도 내면은 샘프 마무리 안 나올 확률이 있기 때문에 그러면은 또 신시내티가 득점 낼 수도 있어요. 야 근데 피베타는 뭐하냐?
32 homers last year combined between Minnesota with 19 and Tampa Bay with 13. Hit a homer for the Twins against the Red Sox in the division series. And his previous time with a full season of baseball before that, he hit 41 for the 2019 Minnesota club.
아, 나 캠을 안 켜고 있었구나.
Downstairs. Kyle Freeland, strikeout number 1.
On Saturday, June 11th against the Brewers, the first 10,000 fans will take an unstoppable Josh Bell Marvel superhero bobblehead. Tickets now at National
막았다.
Tickets.
그거 교촌마다 그런 게 아니고 지역마다 달라요. 지역마다.
Josh hit a rocket down the line, labeled for the left field corner. McMahon picked it, threw him out.
막 지방 이런 데는 막 8, 9천 원 달라 그러던데. 저기 치킨 좀 잠깐 치우고 오겠습니다.
Amount of ground balls that man gets over at third. Well, or with righties against Freeland on the mound. I feel like there's a lot. He likes to go busting inside, doesn't he? Yes, he does. With the arm that McMahon had, we saw it a lot with Arenado. They play virtually on the outfield grass. And in hitters' parks, you've got to bust guys inside. Yep. I mean, I remember Red Sox pitchers talking about that at Fenway. Such a short porch down the left field line, but if you don't pitch them inside, you never get them off the plate. Man, how far? I mean, that is deep. Deepest third baseman in the game is probably Matt Chapman. McMahon is probably number 2 or 3 as far as depth where he plays over there. They could do it because they got the great arm. Just adds more range to it. 3-2 now. Josh in this series 3 for 12. A walk, 2 batted in. And way down and in for the 2-out base on balls. Freeland's second, and the first one cost him when he walked Cesar Hernandez, the first man he faced. Little AB right there by Josh. Now 1-1 now. Walks and strikeouts versus left-handers. Franco being played straight away by the Rockies. And that's different than things were a couple of weeks ago. Everybody was overloading the left side on him, even if there was a runner at first. Yep. Word gets around once you hit about 3 or 4 line drives the other way. Just got to get pitches up against lefties. Too much chase down with that changeup. Good one right there. Nice job by him. Yeah, 2-0. Not biting, ball 3. No, I love that take, whether it was auto take or not. I mean, maybe ball out of hand that he saw height with that changeup. Whatever it was a good take. Get it 3-0. Bronco jacking one into the corner, but well foul. His next home run will be number 125 career. Let's have some pop with Bellin, Franco, and Adams. And then the speed guys, the base hit guys, Escobar /
야, 보스턴은 뭐 계속
behind them. Suddenly this offense has really come alive.
세인트요?
And a pop to center. Easy for Daza. Nats get a 2-out walk. Strand their second runner. And to the middle innings we go. Nationals 4-1.
저거 샌프란시스코 곧 끝나잖아요. 저거 끝나면은 세인트루이스 해드릴게요. 뭐야 이거? 클리블랜드는 또 언제 점수 냈어? 야 이거 컵스만 풀해내라. 이 조합은 먹겠다.
Brought to you by Toyota RAV4. Now's a great time to reserve your new Toyota. Visit your Washington area dealer to learn more. Toyota, let's go places. Capitol beautifully adorned on this sunny afternoon. Hope you're having a safe Memorial Weekend. We know it's not a happy weekend for a lot of our families. We have families of fallen military heroes all week long. We've been honoring them after the third inning. We salute them as well for their sacrifice and the tremendous losses they have suffered. Want to let them know they're never far from our minds and our hearts. Top of the fourth, Ryan McMahon walked his first time.
이거는 샌프란시스코 이대로 끝나겠는데? 마법은 못하겠다.
First changeup from Josiah Gray. A second.
One. Yeah, all systems go for McMahon there. He's hit 4 home runs. And a ball driven to left. Lane Thomas right there. Good bounce back after the long count. First out, 4th inning.
The Atlanta Braves are coming to Nats Park for a 3-game series June 13th through the 15th. Show some attitude. Get your tickets now at nationals.com/tickets. Or the QR code that Nelly dropped right there.
That's after the Brewers are here for 3 and before the Phillies are here for, count them, 5. Thursday, Friday doubleheader, Saturday, Sunday against the Fightin' Phils. And of course, Friday and Saturday, Ryan Zimmerman festivities getting kicked off. One ball, one strike to Iglesias, who lined out softly to Escobar, ending the first inning.
What about that 3-0 count for McMahon? That was the first one that he swung at all year. I always find it interesting which guys get to it. Number one, that's 5th one.
Yeah.
But who swings? Everyone's got the green light, pretty much. Pretty much. Not everyone, but.
And the Rockies have a very odd stat about C.J. Cron, who hits in front of McMahon. We told you he's got 19 multi-hit games this year. They've lost 11 of those. So evidently, when he gets one hit and probably hits it out of the park, that's when they win. That's a pretty good middle. Cron, McMahon, and they're hitting Iglesias 5th today. 3-1 now. And Josiah Gray drops it in to fill the count.
Yeah, I don't want to crush them, but don't you want to find the true positives out there? I want to leave that stat alone.
Hey, they've got nothing to complain about when it comes to C.J. Cron this year. Maybe the best free agent signing in the National League that I can think of right now.
Well, re-signing, right? Been here.
3-2. Off to the right side.
How nice it was for him to re-sign when he did. Yeah. You go through that whole lockout, not questioning anything.
The Rockies are trying to transition back from a lot of young guys to contending, bringing Chris Bryant. They re-sign Cron. Some jammage right there and a pop-up left side. Escobar's got the angle. Mikey's going to fake us into thinking he was going to catch it. 2 outs. Next up, Randall Grichuk. Hey, we talked about this. Even when the team a week ago hadn't really started winning games, they were still having fun.
아, 너무 안 한다. 너무 안 와.
That's got to count for something that will eventually manifest itself. And this week it kind of has, and that's won 3 of their last 4. Grichuk, a ground ball to Franco first time. Right side, Josh Bell now using the glove for shade, and he never saw it, looking right up into the sun. And that's a tough play on which the catcher would be able to help him too.
No, here's the one that needs to. Josiah Gray. He could see it, and he's watching it and looking at it. He could find it. And the athlete that he is, being a shortstop in college, I mean, he's trying to look for it. He's trying to find it. This is the second one. He lost one in the twilight last night. It was a foul ball, like way foul.
Yeah. Yeah, Gray coming at a different angle, not looking right into the sun.
Exactly. Got to make yourself a fielder out there.
2-1 now.
Easier said than done from up here, in where the sun's at.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad for the Nats. Grichuk a base hit, his 3rd of the series. He's aboard with 2 outs. Brendan Rodgers next.
And just the four-seam fastball catches too much of the plate right here.
와, 센 마법이네.
I mean, that was like the ball that we had in. We've talked about this plenty in Oakland. Gio was pitching on that day game.
아니 근데 이거 이온님 어떡하냐?
Where is it? And it just things started to unravel from there.
이온님 어떡해? 아.
And he made his pitch. He did everything. We just couldn't come through on the other side of it.
출근이 아니라 형님 끝이죠. 아, 뭐야, JH 여기 안 주무시고 계셨어?
This guy loves to get after it on the first pitch.
He does, especially righties.
JH 형님 혹시라도 절 원망하셨다면은 좀 사과 좀 해주세요.
Complete restraint.
But what's crazy is that he's 5 for 23 on the first pitch against righties.
불신. 그것은 가난과 궁핍. 센 마법 더 맥스. 아, 근데 이게 또 저것만 맞고 내 1조합이 틀려버리면 의미가 없어요. 저거는 먹은 사람들 몇 명 없기 때문에.
Guys that swing a lot of first pitches also aren't very good with 2 strikes against maybe a particular pitcher.
By the way, Trey Turner did extend his hitting streak last night with the Dodgers. He's into the 20s now. He went 1 for 4. We bring it up because Rogers is sitting at 15 games.
There was that slider that Dave was talking about with that open foot.
재물이
Dragging across, ball slider runs back.
재물이 아니야 내가 주인공이야 하고 그냥 뛰쳐나갔어요. 저거 뭐 어떡합니까 저거를.
Aggressive hitter, you got him 0-2. What does the young battery do here?
알고 봤더니 재물은 1조합이었던 거죠. 1조합이었어. 지금 관전 픽부터 시작해서 2조합도 좀 순항 중이에요. 아니 근데 형 제가 말씀드렸잖아요. 요거 많이 날라면은 오버 나야 된다고. 어찌됐거나 축하드립니다 형님. 축하드립니다 형님.
Ooh, there were some infielders and maybe a pitcher taking a step toward the dugout.
And it's a ball, but it's a great job. Great
그 이현님은 혹시 언더 퇴근한 줄 알고 들어가셨나?
See where Riley sets up off the plate, brings it back a little bit, nicely done. Maybe you still something out there. All the way around though, that was.
양키스 틀어줘요? 끝났어요. 마인에 오버했습니다. 샌프란시스코 끝났습니다. 마인에 오버했어요. 나는 9.5도 아니었어요. 8.5 갔어요. 8.5. 그것까지 다 예상한 거죠, 저는. JH 형님 간다 하셔서 존나에 뛰어가가지고 야 홈런 치고 와 했습니다. 양키스만 좀 이기면 좋겠네요. 양키스 승은 뭐 제일 할만하죠. 아이 시발년 또 왔네. 네이키드 H.
That foul ball that lands fair. This is not a fault. It just how many extra pitches he has to throw.
At least 10 here maybe. With the kind of at bat that Rogers is at.
Yeah.
And the completion of the Grichuk at bat when he got the hit. Yep. So now Grichuk gets a head start. Josh Bell plays just 2 steps behind him.
Nice job right there by Brendan Rodgers. Good pitch by Josiah Gray. A little bit off the plate. Trying to get him to chase. He did.
근데 그나마 지금 로저스가 잘해주고 있습니다. 공 지금 많이 그래도 던지게 했어요. 이러고 딱 출루까지 해주면 딱 좋은데. 아 근데 출루 해도 문제구나. 그 다음에 게식물 힐리아드 시발년이 있어가지고 진짜 힐리아드 좀 죽었으면 좋겠네요.
픽스털 따라가서 처먹어봄 쓰쓰쓰.
종달님 만원 후원 감사합니다. 픽스털 따라가서 처먹어봄. 달달하죠. 아 진짜 씨. 죽고 싶다. 힐리아드 진짜 개패고 싶냐 쟤. 아 근데 조금 잘 쳤는데 너무 정면이었다. 아 씨. 아니 좀 디트로이트야 니네라도 좀 어떻게 안 되냐? 그냥 푸근하게 콜로라도 경기만 보게.
Palacios over at first bluffed on that pitch. Took off out of the starting blocks like he was stealing second. Just gave it a couple of quick little pumps, and then stopped.
아니 밀러.
Decoy the infielders trying to get open up a hole there.
아 하위 타순이네 또 하필. 씨. 알겠습니다 형님 알겠습니다. 아 이거 클리블랜드는 좀 해줄 것 같은데 어떻게 저 콜로라도만 어떻게 안 되냐? 아 잠깐만 이거 8.5버 맞았잖아. 저거 왜 패스로 적어놨죠 제가? 실수했네요. 8.5버라고 했었는데.
Be on notice because we're not sure Elvin's going to be going, and the next thing you know, you're in the game. You gotta get your game pace on. You gotta get that adrenaline flowing. This is tough on Willie.
아 진짜 개 죽이고 싶다.
Willie Peralta isn't necessarily out there in the bullpen thinking this is my inning either.
Exactly. You know, they'll say, "Oh, sure, Willie's going to be the long man if Elvin runs into some difficulty," but there was no difficulty, right? You know. So Willie.
야, 근데 관 전만은 언제 9번 타순까지 내려갔대?
Phone rings and Willie, you're in. You know.
아 형님 1조합도 따라왔어요 설마?
He's ahead 0-2 to Stephen Kwan. Slowly, wide of first, Torkelson to second for one, and that's all they'll get. Want all the inside scoop on your Detroit Tigers? Then make sure to follow Valley Sports Detroit on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
아니에요 근데 콜로라도가 아 저거 실책으로 점수 너무 많이 줬어. 콜로라도도 병신인데 워싱턴도 몰라요. 아 뭘 삭발빵을 향해 또 달려요. 아니에요. 아직 모릅니다. 아직 몰라요 다들. 너무 설레발 치지 말아주세요. 제발 빨대 여기서 3런 좀. 일단 하나라도 푸근하게 가자.
We've seen him do it a couple of times. And for a rookie, that's saying a lot.
Top of the order, Miles Straw takes strike one. It's one of those plays, Dan. I think it doesn't go in the scorebook or on the box score, I should say, where people are taking notice of it.
아 빨대 저 식물 새끼 저거.
Impressive play, nonetheless.
아 날 죽여라 그냥 죽여. 날 죽여. 빨대 꼬라지가 삼진 당하겠네. 아니 저 씨발 몸쪽 제일 낮은 코스 스트라이크 꼽아버리면은 저거 뭐 어떻게 쳐 저거를. 쳐도 저거는 땅볼밖에 안 나오겠다. 아니 근데 맹수보리아리님 이 조합이 지금 순항 중이에요. 이 조합이 미로키 언더 중이고 컵스만 풀에 나면은 이 조합 먹네. 이 조합 먹으면은 연패 아니지. 인정? 응 인정.
Straw 0 for 2, a couple of flyouts, one to left and one to right. Popped it up.
야, 저 스트로 진짜 저 새끼는 개초 못하네. 1조합만 갔다고요? 근데 사람 욕심이 1조합을 갈 수밖에 없습니다. 1조합이 배당이 세가지고. 근데 원래 둘 다 가야지 그 효력이 있는 거거든요. 아, 템파베이 역전했네.
There goes Quan. And that's tapped foul.
We mentioned yesterday, Shep, and just every time we turned around, it just seemed like Miles Straw was coming to the plate. Here's another situation. Just, again, we talked about being tough to strike out. It's just, he always seems like he's at the plate, and then you can't put him away. I mean,
와, 스트로 병신 새끼 저거. 죽어라 그냥.
pitches that are really good pitchers pitches, and Miles Straw can give a piece just to stay alive.
To second base for Jonathan Scope. Willie Peralta navigates through a couple of base runners in the fifth, and the Tigers keep it 1-0. Stay tuned for the Miller Time update right after this message from our friends at Miller Lite. Hey, Tiger.
Slices one deep left center field. Freddie Freeman hits his first home run as a Dodger in his first at-bat against the Braves. How do you like me now? 1-0 Dodgers. Here come the Freddie chants.
First home run of the year in 2022 against the Braves in Dodger Stadium.
Combined for the second no-hitter in New York Mets history. Edwin Diaz puts on the finishing touches, striking out the side of the ninth inning, and the Mets celebrate their second ever no-hitter, started by Tyler McGill, finished by Edwin Diaz.
And here comes Cabrera.
Right side, there it is. The third Tiger to ever do it.
What a beautiful moment.
Oh, baby, 3,000 hits here at Comerica Park.
Randy gets the curve and lines it into center field, a base hit. It is Canna. Here's Jankowski. He scores and the Mets have tied it. And Starling unloads one deep left center. Back to the warning track goes Herrera. Near the wall, it's off the base. Here's Nimmo around third. He'll come in to score and the Mets take the lead. And the Mets with 7 runs in the ninth lead it 8-7.
I was going to say, yeah, we went over when I threw one first.
Yeah, and after that, everything was seamless.
I'll ask Dan Petrie this. How much was your head spinning after that conversation?
Well, we had a chance to talk to Tucker Barnard, but not the demonstration, and so we're all still continuing to learn, and I still have a lot more questions, as time goes on, and there's been a little bit of difficulty today. Some pitchers are using it, some aren't. Don't know if it's the electronics or just the decision between the pitchers just not wanting to use it. So it's just the evolution of the game, as you said, and it's fun to watch.
What I found interesting too, he puts the earpiece in. You can control the volume. He doesn't want anyone hearing, possibly bleeding over. Eric Haas feels the same way. Eric Haas has actually asked umpires, hey, I'm going to press a button here. Tell me if you can hear this if I don't put it in my ear.
It seems like they've thought of just about everything in the design of that. They've got the piece, and for the shortstop, second base, 5 players? You can have the catcher, pitcher, and 3 fielders, say. So the second baseman, shortstop, say center fielder. Thought about that. They thought about the noise. Thought about the bilingual, all the different languages.
Line drive right at the second baseman, Jimenez. Willie Castro's out to start the 5th. Yeah, and the more they use it, the more they will be comfortable. So Tigers feeling like it's really beneficial for a number of different reasons. Pace of play, as we've brought up before. the ability to keep the other team from stealing signs, and the comfort level, you know, with pitchers, having them get in the type of rhythm that you would like them to.
And the pitcher or the catcher can control that pace. They can decide. The pitcher might get the sign, they get the ball, and they might be walking back to the mound, and the pitch might already be called, but you can calm yourself down and say, okay, wait a minute, no, I need an extra blow here. I got to take another deep breath. Then you do that. Catcher, same thing. Hey, I got to give my catcher a little bit of a reprieve here, so I'm going to wait a little bit until I call the next pitch.
2 on, 2 out, as Robles got the infield hit to extend the inning. And now Cesar Hernandez makes it a very long frame for Kyle Freeland.
What a great at bat. 4 changeups, fastball, a curveball, and then a fastball again. Saw them all.
Lane Thomas, a fielder's choice grounder and a fly ball to right. This one popped up right side. Now it's C.J. Cron's time to battle the sun. He was looking over his left shoulder, and that's it for the Nats in the 4th. They strand 2, they've left 4, and lead by 3.
That's a dozen punch-outs.
He did it again.
The Twins are being no-hit. Oh, it's fair, and the no-hitter ends with 1 out in the 9th.
He clobbers another one. Deep right field. Back his angle. He's out of room. It's out of here. Naylor's done it again. Yes, indeed. A grand slam in the 9th. A 3-run homer with 2 out in the 11th.
Boy, has this guy been just money. Look at him.
8 RBI night.
Ground ball. Velasquez throws across.
He's done it. Reed Devers throws a no-hitter.
Truly incredible, amazing mark.
Yeah, knowing the kid, great kid, a battler. What stuff, what a moment, something he will remember the rest of his life.
And here comes Cabrera.
Right side, there it is. It's for a Tiger to ever do it.
What a beautiful moment.
Oh, baby, 3,000 hits.
Hard hitting action here at Nationals Park. Here we go, top 5. Sam Hilliard, Josiah Gray. That was pitch number 75, strike number 45. Bottom line, no runs the last 3 innings.
Yeah, pitched his way out of a jam, you would say, because of the, you know, the foul off that could have been an out. Lost in the sun by everybody. Got to make a ton of pitches right there, but you got those outs. That's all that matters.
O2 heater upstairs. Nats in a shift with Mike Alfranco stepping onto the right field grass. Hilliard pulled it to Bell first time. Strike three call. Adams was standing up to throw the ball around before we even heard the call. He knew they had him. And for Josiah Gray, third strikeout.
Here's the hook. Yeah, he was not looking for that one.
Sell it right. Here's Elias Diaz, who walked leading off the third. This completes the Rockies' second time around the order. And a one pitch pop up. Hernandez out, Soto coming. And Cesar will handle it with Robles in the neighborhood as well.
아, 짜증나네.
That time around the order, the Rockies with a single go 1 for 8 with a walk. Big double play ball off the bat of C.J. Cron. And now back up to Charlie Blackmon, who has homered and walked.
Just nice job all the way around right there.
야, 콜로라도 왜 이렇게 못하냐?
A couple different situations pop up and get it through. Now this is the tough part for him. We've seen throughout this season.
점수는 씨발 실책으로 주고
Third time through the order.
안타는 못 치고.
The hook.
클리블랜드는 씨, 디트로이트는 2안타 치고 1점 뽑아서 이길라 그러네. 그 안타 중에 하나가 홈런이라서.
How much that, just that curveball first pitch, being able to throw it in there. His old mates really didn't believe that he could throw that spinner in there. They were just sitting fastball against the Dodgers.
아, 컵스도 좀 점수 좀 뽑아라. 이 조합이라도 먹게.
He gets through the third time in the lineup. He goes 57% breaking balls. It's third most in the game by a starting pitcher.
Over by the dugout. Nice grab. Now find a kid. Maybe.
I say grandkid. He's got a grandkid. He's going to give it to the grandkid. Okay, got to go there. Got to go that route.
Two.
안녕하세요, 석찬님.
Daza on deck. Josiah's work rate slowing down considerably here in the fifth. And not close. Charlie Blackmon's on for the third time. Fourth walk today.
That's the part where 2 quick outs, the strikeout, then a pop up on the first pitch from Diaz, and then Blackmon would, unless it was more of a pitch around in his mind. I don't have to be all over the plate against Blackmon because I got Daza.
Yeah, struck him out, flied him out to right. Big swing, 1-1.
fastball on top of his zone right there.
아이고.
Found a spot where they can go to Daza right now. Up. Get some chase up there. Open up everything down low if you want to go with the slider late. But all that execution. That's great location. Outer half, 1 and 2. What a pitch. What a job by
야, 그래 이거 6회까지 던지겠네. 아, 뭐 하냐, 진짜.
Not stealing it, just holding the strike. That's what it is. Next pitch will be number 90. Guys reaching out there on fastballs. That you have a guy that has a 2-strike approach of working out the in. Not going to look to take a fastball on the outer part for the most part for a strike. Runner goes, serves one to right. Juan Soto looks like a trap, and it is. Base hit.
워싱 불펜 털만합니다. 워싱 불펜 정도는 털만해요. 근데 지금 타선 뭐야? 너무 콜로라도 빠따가 답이 없어서 그렇지 워싱 불펜 털만합니다 진짜. 아 크론 진짜야 하나 보여줘라. 네가 왜 내셔널 홈런왕 후보인지 왜 네가 홈런 2위인지 한번 보여줘. 진심으로. 나 이 새끼 홈런 까는 거 한 번도 못 봤어요 진짜. 언제 근데 2위 찍었냐? 난 네 콜로라도 경기 내가 많이 갔는데도 네 홈런 까는 거 진짜 한 번을 못 봤는데. 와. 디트로이트 솔런 깠어 또 씨발 이거. 와, 뭐 개 뜬금 홈런 2방 쳐맞고 뒤질라 그러네 쟤네는. 아. 야, 근데 방금 저거는 넘겨줬어야 되는 건데. 85마일에 밋밋한.
Start him out fastball, and then this one goes slider. Change it up on him. Nicely done. Into right. Juan Soto waiting for it.
야, 나도 진짜 이제 크론 쟤는 잘하는 거 하나도 모르겠네. 뭐 이번 시즌 그렇게 잘한다더니 답답합니다. 답답해. 동생이 더 낫나요?
Throws across. He's got it!
Truly incredible, amazing, Mark.
Yeah, knowing the kid, great kid, a battler. What stuff, what a moment, something he will remember the rest of his life.
슈퍼맨 형님 아직 끝날 때까지 끝난 게 아니에요. 2점으로 지금 안심하고 계신가요?
So Soto a big swing today. Davey Martinez though was asked about Soto earlier today. Obviously Juan not off to the start to this season that he expects of himself. Davey said with Juan he wants to see going forward. One is he doesn't want Juan to think he's an umpire. He says he's seen a lot of arguing from Juan to umpires about strikes that he thinks have been balls. And Davey said a lot of the time those calls by Juan have not been accurate. They have been pitches in the zone that Juan has not necessarily agreed with, even though they are strikes. The second thing that he wants Juan to do is not go up there looking for walks. He wants Juan to hack, especially early in the count. He says Juan might only get one good pitch in AB, so go up there looking to swing. He joked if Juan wants to hit, or wants to walk rather, I can make him my new leadoff hitter. I don't think he wants that. So he wants Juan to just
그
focus
철벽도
on
뚫릴 수 있다는 거를 보여드리고 싶네요.
and to go up there trying to do damage instead of trying to take his 90 feet to first.
Well, he did it first time up. Left center, couldn't think of a better way to get things going. He did pull the ball second time, but it was hit well on the ground to Rogers at second. And that's a fastball up in the zone. 2-1.
I love what Davey's saying because we've talked about it. There's a lot of 3-ball counts that he just balls down the middle of the plate or outer third. The stuff that he does stuff with normally, he starts walking down to first. That's the one when you're saying, oh, he's looking for the walk.
Yeah, 3-1 now. And he will get the base on balls. His 40th of the year. That's the most in all of baseball. Alex Bregman, the American League leader.
아 그냥 방송하고 가서 자야겠다. 답도 없네. 이 조합이라도 들어왔으면 좋겠네요.
That's number 4 today, by the way, by Freeland. So the two starters have combined for 8 free passes. Nelson Cruz ground ball to short and a swinging strikeout. There's a rocket right past McMahon. Soto rounding second. The ball kicks way out in front of Hilliard, and the Nats will have second and third. Nobody out. Nelson Cruz has a 10-game.
아 병신 같은 새끼 씨발.
That's how you go down to get a changeup right there. Rivas about everything down, down. He's looking for something. Comes out of his hand. Looks about thigh high. Ends up knee high. That's might be what we consider unfortunate, hitting the little part right there. Yeah, but who knows? Because Hilliard was busting it down the line. He had a chance.
오늘 방송은 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 이거 1조합은 안타깝게 틀린 것 같고 2조합이라도 뭐 기대해 봐야죠. 2조합 아직 충분히 할만하니까 나머신 분들 다 건승하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 털바.